Wear due to the recent recall. Do you snore? I'm Dr. Suzanne Mericle, and my team and I offer and are focused on dental sleep medicine in our practice.
A successful dentist, the owner of a practice on a ritzy island in the South, now according to police, an alleged killer.
Catch the full episode on the link above. Subscribe to At Southern Sin today and hit the notification bell for more live original episodes Wednesdays at 8 p.m.
Cause the death of James Barron, a human being, in violation of OCGA 16-5-1, subsection C, contrary to the laws of said state, the good order, peace, and dignity thereof. Count 4, in the grand jurors aforesaid, in the name and on behalf of the citizens of the state of Georgia, charge and accuse Suzanne Renee Mericle with the offense of aggravated assault. For that, the said accused in the county of Hall in the state of Georgia on the 8th day of March 2025 did assault another, to wit, James Barron, with a deadly weapon, to wit, a firearm, which when used offensively against a person is likely to and does result in serious bodily injury by firing said weapon through a door in the direction of James Barron in violation of OCGA 16-5-21, contrary to the laws of said state, the good order, peace, and dignity thereof. Count 5, in the grand jurors aforesaid, in the name on behalf of the citizens of the state of Georgia, charge and accuse Suzanne Mericle with the offense of criminal damage to property in the first degree. For that, the said accused in the county of Hall in the state of Georgia on the 8th day of March 2025 did knowingly and without authority interfere with a door in a manner so as to endanger human life by shooting the door of a room that was occupied by a person, to wit, James Barron, in violation of OCGA 16-7, again, 16-722, contrary to the laws of said state, the good order, peace, and dignity thereof. Count 6, and the grand jurors aforesaid, in the name and on behalf of the citizens of the state of Georgia, charge and accuse Suzanne Mericle with the offense of possession of a firearm during commission of a felony. For that, the said accused in the county of Hall in the state of Georgia on the 8th day of March 2025 did have on her person a firearm, to wit, a handgun, during the commission of a crime, to wit, aggravated assault, as alleged in count 4 of this indictment in violation of OCGA 16-11-106, contrary to the laws of said state, the good order, peace, and dignity thereof. The last count, count 7, and the grand jurors aforesaid, in the name and on behalf of the citizens of the state of Georgia, charge and accuse Suzanne Mericle with the offense of tampering with evidence. For that, the said accused in the county of Hall in the state of Georgia on the 8th day of March 2025 did knowingly conceal physical evidence, to wit, shell casings and bullets, with the intent to obstruct the prosecution of said accused in violation of OCGA 16-10-94, contrary to the laws of said state, the good order, peace, and dignity thereof. The defendant has pled not guilty and denies each and every allegation therein. Please understand that these are only accusations, and the state has the burden of proving their case beyond a reasonable doubt. The defendant has no burden to prove her innocence. The defendant is presumed innocent unless it is overcome by the state with evidence that is sufficient to convince you beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of the crime or crimes charged. No person shall be convicted of any crime unless and until each element of the crime is proven beyond a reasonable doubt. The burden of proof rests upon the state to prove every material allegation of the indictment and every essential element of the crime or crimes charged beyond a reasonable doubt. However, the state is not required to prove the guilt of the accused beyond all doubt or to a mathematical certainty. A reasonable doubt means just what it says. It is a doubt of a fair-minded, impartial juror honestly seeking the truth. It is a doubt based upon common sense and reason. It does not mean a vague or arbitrary doubt, but is a doubt for which a reason can be given arising from a consideration of the evidence or lack of evidence, a conflict in the evidence, or any combination of these. There is no burden of proof upon the defendant whatsoever, and the burden never shifts to the defendant to prove her innocence. If, after giving consideration to all the facts and circumstances of this case, your minds are wavering, unsettled, or unsatisfied, then that is a doubt of the law, and you should acquit the defendant. But If no doubt exists in your minds about the guilt of the accused, then you would be authorized to convict the defendant. If the state fails to prove the defendant's guilt beyond a reasonable doubt, it would be your duty to acquit the defendant. During the trial, I may be called upon to rule During the trial, I may be called upon to rule on motions or objections. This is normal, and the lawyers are just doing their jobs. If I sustain the objection, you shall not consider the limited portion that was part of the objection. If I overrule the objection, you may consider that limited portion that was part of the objection. Please note that nothing I say in making these rulings or at any time during the trial is evidence and should not be considered as an indication that I have any leaning in this case whatsoever. My only interest in this case is to see that it is fairly tried according to the laws and the Constitution of the state of Georgia and the Constitution of the United States. Trial procedure in a criminal trial is generally as follows. First, the attorneys for both sides have the opportunity to present opening statements. This opening statement is not evidence, but is a preview or an outline of what the attorneys expect the evidence to be. Following the opening statements, evidence will be presented. Evidence can be in the form of testimony given by witnesses or physical evidence. After the presentation of all the evidence, the attorneys have the opportunity to make a closing argument. The goal of a closing argument is to persuade you to decide the case in their favor. Following the closing arguments, I will charge you more specifically on the law that applies to this case. I will then ask you at that point to retire to the jury deliberation room and reach your verdict. The jury has a very important role. It is your duty to determine the facts of the case and apply the law to those facts. I will instruct you on the laws that apply to this case, but you must determine the facts from the evidence. It is important that you pay close attention to the evidence as it is presented during the trial. If at any time you are unable to hear or see any of the evidence being presented, or if you're uncomfortable, please let me know or one of the bailiffs know. It is important that you view the evidence with an open mind at all times and reach no final conclusion until the trial is over. Y'all have been provided pens, paper, pencils. You're not required to take notes. If you choose to take notes, you can certainly do so. Please understand each member of the jury is responsible for their own recollection of the trial. No one's notes are better than anyone else's. Certainly, y'all can make determinations as far as deliberations goes, but please understand that you're not required to take notes, but if you want to, you certainly can. After the trial is over, the notes will be collected and destroyed. Please keep an open mind and reach no final conclusions until the trial is over. You must decide this case for yourself solely on the testimony you hear from the witness stand and the exhibits admitted into evidence. Do not visit the scene. Do not conduct any legal or factual research. That means in person, online, good old-fashioned books, AI, Google, none of that stuff. What you will learn about this case, you will learn about in this courtroom only. Until you retire to deliberate, you may not discuss this case with anyone, including family, friends, even your fellow jurors. After you retire to deliberate, you may begin discussing the case with your fellow jurors, but you cannot discuss the case with anyone else until you have returned a verdict and the case is at end. This concludes my preliminary instructions, and in a moment, we will start with the lawyers giving opening statements. I understand that this matter has received some notoriety. There is an official rule called Rule 22, Uniform Superior Court Rule 22. It governs photographs, videos, etc. of proceedings. We've had approximately 7 requests from various media outlets. I have signed them all. I respect the First Amendment rights of our press, and I very much respect the open court system. I think it is a very, very valuable part of our democracy. That being said, if you have not filed an appropriate Rule 22, again, I've signed every single one. If you've not filed one and you raise your phone up like you were going to take a picture, whether you're a civilian or whether you're from the press corps, we will have a separate and distinct conversation, which may result in potential contempt of court and incarceration. I'm not doing that to be mean. We're going to follow the rules. And the rule is, if you filed a Rule 22, fantastic. I've signed every single one of them. If you have not, and we have a problem, then we will have a problem. Additionally, I have, as judge, I've guaranteed the state 10 spots. I've guaranteed the defense 10 spots. If you are in one of those 10 spots, you do not have to move for anyone. If anyone is in your spot, you let one of the bailiffs know, you let one of the sheriff's deputies know, and if need be, let me know and I will resolve the issue. Each side is allotted 10 spots. We have plenty of room right now. I don't think it's going to become an issue, but if it does become an issue, let's not have it become an issue. So if you have 10 spots, they're your 10 spots, feel no obligation to move. With that being said, state, ready for your opening statement?
Yes, Judge.
Thank you. Proceed when ready.
Judge, if you could, you've got a PowerPoint. Good morning. This is James David Barron. He goes by, or he went by David, and so that's what we're going to call him here. He was 68 years old when his life tragically came to an end at the hands of his girlfriend, the defendant, Suzanne Mericle, when she shot him, when she became unhinged and shot him in a fit of rage. Now, David and Suzanne had begun dating back in 2019. And it was a brief relationship then. They stayed in touch and they reconnected over the years. They reconnected in the spring of 2024. The defendant was a dentist. She had a practice on St. Simon's Island. And David was an executive for a company that did construction for airports. He had two adult children, 3 grandchildren at the time of his death, and now there's 2 more grandchildren. When they reconnected in the spring of 2024, they began dating again, and it went at a much faster pace. They started dating, and they even went on vacation together with David's family to the beach. So the defendant went on the family vacation in August to the beach with them. The relationship progressed. And then in October of 2024, they bought this home together on Lake Lanier. So they bought the home, and the defendant was still working in her practice on St. Simon's Island with an eye towards retiring and coming to live here at the lake house with David. So on March 7th, 2025, things had become a little tense. And, but the day started out as a good day. It started out as a good day. They went to the Olive Garden, they ate, they came back. They were still settling in their new home. They were unpacking boxes. They were putting together furniture. That night they watched a movie. And we don't know a whole lot about the events that led up to the shooting that occurred late that night, early in the morning hours of March the 8th. But what the evidence will show is that the defendant had become aware that David had remained in contact with a woman from his past, a woman named Lilia, who she thought was from Romania, but was actually lives in Moldova. And David had been sending Lilia money, and the defendant was understandably upset about that. But it became something of an obsession with her. She couldn't let it go. She was constantly confronting David about it, and they were constantly fighting about it. So on the night of March 7th, 2025, what we do know, and what the evidence will show, what the physical evidence will show, is that David retreated upstairs. So in this lake house, the master bedroom is downstairs. The evidence will show that David had retreated upstairs to a guest bedroom. He had retreated to the guest bedroom, closed the door, locked the door behind him. The evidence will show that the defendant got her gun and that she came upstairs and that she fired that gun into the door where David was standing behind the door and to the side. That she got her gun, which was a Glock 9mm, she got her gun and was holding the gun so that the muzzle was around 6 inches away from the surface of the door. And she fired that gun at a sideways angle. It went through the door, it went through the corner of the wall. And David was blading himself to the side of the door in a defensive position. And the bullet hit him in the left arm, slightly above the elbow. In the left arm, it came out the same arm, went into his chest, traveled through his left lung, and hit in his thoracic aorta, and then went into the right side, fractured a rib, and kind of came to rest on the other side of his chest. So almost immediately when that happened, the defendant is on the other side of the door. She hears the impact of the bullet. She hears David make a noise, sort of like a grunt as it hits him. It hits him, and he falls forward on his face, and he falls forward in a position where he is on top of his right hand. He's right-handed. He falls on top of his right hand. His left hand is out to his side. And the defendant went to the garage and got a hammer and hammered holes into the door until she could reach in, unlock the door. So she reached in and unlocked the door, and instead of rendering medical aid or trying to resuscitate David, she goes into damage control mode. She gets David's Beretta, and she takes that Beretta and she puts it in a position on the floor or near the floor, near where his left hand is. And she fires that gun. She has some problems initially getting the gun to fire because it's not her gun. She's not familiar with it. Some live rounds come out of the gun. She fires the gun, and the gun goes through what is now the open doorway out into the foyer of the home, hitting a metal baluster, hitting a wood banister, and then going out and hitting the wood. There's a wood I think it's called a batten wall in the foyer. So it hits and nicks that wall. We think she fired 2 to 3 shots based on the evidence. A shot went all the way through the glass, and that projectile was never found. The shot that hit the wood may have ricocheted off the wood and then caused a defect in the glass, but there's fragments from the bullets in various places all throughout the house. So she had taken David's gun, she had taken it out of the holster, she had thrown the holster on the bed, gotten the gun, and done that. And then she began wiping up the blood. But before she started wiping up the blood, she took the shell casings that came from both guns and flushed them, and the projectiles that she found, the live rounds that had fallen out, she flushed them down the toilet. She flushed them down the toilet, and they were later recovered in the septic line. Then she calls 911 around 1:11 or so. She talks to them for a few minutes, doesn't give them a lot of information that's about what's going on. I don't think at that call she even gives her address. She hangs up after about a minute and a half or so. Then she tries to make a call to her sister. Her sister doesn't answer, but then there's 6 minutes between when she gets off the first 911 call and she calls 911 for a second time. And then when the police come, she's not out there waiting on the steps, anxious for help. She is upstairs wiping up the blood with towels. So I want to talk to you just a little bit about the charges so that you know what to be looking for and what the state has to prove as we present the evidence to you in this case. Now, because of the defendant's actions that night, she's charged with malice murder in count 1. So she's charged with malice, causing the death of James Barron by shooting him and killing him. And then in counts 2 to 3, those are felony murder counts. And so we have charged him with 2 different felony murders with 2 counts of felony murder because she committed felony murder in 2 different ways. She committed 2 different felonies, either of which or both of which could cause the death of David Barron. So when you commit a felony and in the process of committing that felony and somebody is killed, that's felony murder. So here in count 4, the defendant is charged with aggravated assault for assaulting James Barron with a deadly weapon, which is a firearm, which is an object which, when used offensively, is likely to or does result in serious bodily injury, by firing the gun through a door in the direction of James Barron. So then the second felony count is criminal damage in the first degree. And so what you can be looking for as you view the evidence in regards to this count is that the defendant knowingly and without authority interfered with the door in a manner so as to endanger human life by shooting the door of a room that was occupied by a person, that being James David Barron. In count 6, the defendant is charged with possession of a firearm during the commission of a felony. And so what you need to be looking for in regards to whether the state has proven that count is that we proved that the defendant had a gun on her person or in her possession, and that she used that gun to commit the crime of aggravated assault, which was the crime of shooting the gun through the door in the victim's direction. So in the final count, the defendant is charged with tampering with evidence. And so what she's charged with doing here is knowingly concealing physical evidence, that being the shell casings and the bullets, with the intent to obstruct the prosecution. Sometimes it's prosecution of another. In this case, it's the prosecution of herself. So basically, she flushed the shell casings and the bullets down the toilet in order to hide evidence of her crime. So in order to prove these charges to y'all, the state will be calling witnesses, and we will be presenting evidence through the testimony of the witnesses and some of the physical evidence that the witnesses will present on the stand. So the first witness you're going to hear from is Deputy Zachary Martin. He was the first responding officer on the scene. He had another officer with him, and when they arrived on the scene, they came up to the house in the dark, but it was lit up on the inside. And the deputies were shining their flashlights into the door. Deputy Martin went around to the side of the house to check on things while Deputy Thomas was pounding on the door and yelling sheriff's office and shining his flashlight in that door. The defendant did not come to the door. And at one point, Deputy Martin saw her come down the stairs and then turn around and go back up the stairs. And he sees her through the foyer window, can see through the foyer window that she is in the bedroom and crouching down, appearing to be doing something, which once he goes inside, sees that she's got the towels and that she's wiping up the blood. So you're going to hear from Deputy Martin, and you are going to see some footage from his body cam about what they saw when they first walked in the house. So I'm going to play just a small portion of what they saw when they first walked into the crime scene.
She came from in here. He's on his back, face down. 2024 Telluride, James Fair, that address. There's a hallway with open door. Second. Porsche, vacant, black in color.
Yep.
Department 6, Henry Charlie, 4742. This closet over here. It's clear. All right. I don't have the pulse on him.
So that's what they saw. They saw David Barron lying on his face, blood everywhere, the gun next to his hand, bloody towels, and all of that. So after you hear from Deputy Martin, you're going to hear from Deputy Richard Thomas. So he was the deputy that was there, that was with Deputy Martin. He was knocking on the door. And so Deputy Martin's role was more looking over the crime scene and staying with the paramedics to make sure the crime scene wasn't disturbed. Now, Deputy Thomas's role there was staying with the defendant and keeping an eye on her. So you're going to hear some statements that the defendant made to Deputy Thomas while they were just sitting outside on the porch. Some voluntary, spontaneous utterances and statements that she made about what had happened that night. So listen for these statements when you're watching his body cam. And the statements are important. Listen for those statements and then listen how they compare to the statements she later gave in the interview. And also think about those statements when you're seeing and hearing the evidence about the physical evidence on the scene, because it just simply, you will see from the evidence that it does not add up. So what statements did she make to Deputy Thomas? He grabbed my neck. She's talking about David. She's saying, David grabbed my neck David made me go upstairs. He tried to shoot me and he shot at me. I got dragged down the stairs and then I got my gun. We got into a fight a couple weeks ago and I decided to drive home. And that is, she's talking about a separate incident that we'll talk about briefly in just a minute. And then she's also talking about the separate incident where she left the house and got a DUI. And she's saying he made me leave the house. Then also she says to Deputy Thomas that David dragged me up the stairs. He said he was going to kill me. I said he'd been drinking too much. He said he'd shoved the gun down my throat. I was walking up the stairs and he said, stay away, and he shot the gun. I tried to shoot the doorknob off, or I tried to shoot the lock off. She says this 9 different times that that's what she was trying to do to Deputy Thomas, that she was trying to shoot the doorknob or the lock off of that closed door. Now, in addition to Deputy Thomas, you're going to hear from Investigator Matthew Medford. This is him sitting at the table with us today. He's the lead investigator on the case. And one of his roles as the lead investigator was to interview the defendant. So at the sheriff's office, at the law enforcement center, he sat down with the defendant and talked to her about what had happened. And so here's some of the statements that she made during that interview, and I want you to listen for them we'll play the interview for you. And so you be listening for these things. She said that, now she's talking about an incident that happened on February 16th, an earlier incident, that she went upstairs and laid there for 3 hours and couldn't go to sleep. So then I thought, I'm just going to go to St. Simon's. So I got up and got dressed and got all my stuff and put it in the car. And then I went upstairs. He had the door locked. And I said I was leaving. So, and we'll talk some more about that incident in a minute. We keep getting in big fights because of this woman being Lilia, the woman that he is having contact with and sending money to. He said, I got your phone and your journal, and I was going up the stairs to get them. So this is in relation to the incident that night of the shooting. She's saying that he had his phone, had her phone and his journal, and that she was going upstairs to get those items in the shooting. Also be listening for this, and keep this in mind as you view the evidence and as you listen to the testimony. She told Investigator Medford, we'd never gotten like this, ever, ever, ever. So things had never, ever, ever gotten that bad as it was that night. She says David was drinking too for a long time, Jack Daniels and maybe some beer. And then she admitted that she flushed 2 to 3 live rounds down the toilet downstairs in the master bedroom. She said that she denied picking up her shell casing from when she fired her Glock. She denied shooting a gun towards the stairs. And she said his gun was right there on the floor with my phone. She also then says, I don't think he shot his gun. I shot my gun. And she says, he didn't shoot me at all. He never shot his gun. So lots of contradictory statements to listen for coming from the defendant. And these are significant because she's saying that he never shot his gun, but then she had said earlier to Deputy Thomas that he shot at her as she was coming up the stairs. So listen for the inconsistencies. She said the holster was on the floor. I don't know why I went and got my gun. She denied picking up the shell casing. She had an injury to her hand that's sometimes referred to as slide bite. Some of y'all that have guns know what, when sometimes if you rack it, you're not holding it right, you can get cut right there. She said she got that from playing with his gun downstairs because he was had asked her to hold his gun and see if it fit her hand. That was one of the statements that she made to Deputy Mefford. She also said in reference to the fact that she had stated that she was going upstairs just to get her phone because he had her phone. It's just a phone, I know better. She also said, I said, give me my phone. And she also said, I should have just let him keep my phone. She told Mefford, I was waiting for the police and sitting on the stairs. And so be thinking about that when you watch Deputy Martin's body cam and they come to the door and it takes her almost 2 minutes to come to the door. She told Mefford, I was waiting for the police and was sitting on the stairs. She said, I wasn't trying to shoot him. And she said to Investigator Mefford, I was just trying to shoot the doorknob off. She said, either that, sometimes she said, or she would say it, I was trying to shoot the lock off, but 19 times she says that to Investigator Mefford. So be listening for that in your interview. And be watching for this. Although she is acting dramatic and hysterical, when she's talking to Deputy Thomas and Investigator Mefford, look for any tears. See if you can see any actual tears coming out of her eyes during either of those statements. So we also expect to hear from Sergeant Cameron Durham. He is our crime scene investigator. He has been a crime scene investigator in Hall County for 25 years. And so we're going to go through with him. He took pictures of all the things at the crime scene. So you're going to see a lot of pictures of the evidence and the crime scene through Sergeant Durham. So one of the important things that he took a picture of, this is the door that the defendant shot through. And so this is the door. The door is open in this picture. So it's not like it was when the evidence will show that the gun was fired, but it's just open for the purpose of taking the measurement and taking the picture. So you'll see, and Investigator Durham will testify that where his finger is right around where the bullet went through the door. So this is the side that she shot through from the outside. And you heard all those statements, you will hear all the statements about how she was trying to shoot the doorknob and shoot the door lock off. Well, the bullet, you'll hear, the evidence will show, went into the door 8 inches above that. So that's what he's pointing to in that picture. When the muzzle of the gun was only 6 inches away from the door. And so in this picture, you can see better the bullet hole. And if you look really close, you can see some little black speckles around the hole. That's called stippling. And Investigator Durham will tell you that what that indicated to him was that the defendant had been standing about 6 inches away from the door when the muzzle was 6 inches away from the surface of the door when she shot at David. You're going to see pictures of the trajectory. So this is the inside of the door. This is the other side of the door. So this rod here indicates the path of the bullet. It came at a sideways angle through the door, nicked that wall, and then went around. It kept going in that direction. And you're going to hear Investigator Durham, in his opinion, that David was standing about right here when he was shot and killed. Now you're going to hear about the holster on the bed. You're going to hear that the evidence will show that the defendant had picked up the holster and already had blood on her hands. When she picked up the holster and she unsnapped the holster and she got David's gun out of the holster to shoot it out to make it look like self-defense. So she took the holster and she threw it on the bed, and then she got the gun out and David's gun out and started firing it. So that's the holster. You're going to hear that there was blood on the holster. The holster was there. A sample was taken, a swab was taken from the holster, and it was sent to the crime lab. And the crime lab found it positive for blood on the holster. And then you're going to hear evidence about the outward trajectory of the shots that the defendant fired from the Beretta. So this picture, the yellow dowel rod shows the direction of the bullet as it came outwards through the open door and into the foyer. And this is a picture of the other angle of that. Investigator Durham will testify that the projectile hit the metal rod, and he doesn't know if it was the same projectile that hit the metal rod and the wood banister, or if it's two different. He's just trying to show the general direction that the shots were fired in. So from a low level on the ground, and then they came outward, hitting the wood, and then hitting, you can see here there's a defect in the wood, and then holes in the glass. And then the hole, the rounder hole is one, I believe that Investigator Durham will testify that they never could locate the projectile that went through that. And so this is a still shot that you're going to see from Deputy Martin's body cam that shows the position of the victim, Mr. Barron, when the first responding officers got on the scene right before the paramedics started trying the life-saving measures on him. And it shows the bloody towels where the defendant left them. It shows the gun on top of the blood. And that is another picture of the towels, Mr. Barron's Beretta that the evidence will show was fired and left set there by the defendant. And that's the hammer that she used to get in the door. And then you can see the bloody footprints. Investigator Durham will testify about the bloody footprints from the defendant going into the bathroom and flushing the casings and 2 live rounds down the toilet, not from the master bedroom, but from the upstairs bedroom, the upstairs guest bedroom where she killed Mr. Barron. Now this picture you're gonna hear about. It is important because this is the kitchen, but they had to cut a hole in the ceiling of the kitchen, and up above that is the toilet where the shell casings and the projectiles were flushed. And so they enlisted the help of a septic tank professional who helped them get there in the septic tank. They had taken the toilet out in the guest bedroom where Mr. Barron was. They had taken the toilet out. They put the camera down the pipe and found one of the live rounds up there. And so they got it out from the pipe that was right under the toilet in the upstairs bathroom. And that's a picture of the round that they recovered out of that pipe. There was one more live round that was found further down the line, more underneath the house, and then 2 shell casings that had moved further along that were in the septic tank line. And so we expect that to be evidence that we show concerning the tampering with evidence. And so that's where they got shell casings out of the line. this is, I expect you're going to see a picture of the live rounds. So turned out to be, there were a total of 4 live rounds that were ejected from the Beretta that the defendant was trying to manipulate in some way and just wasn't operating it correctly when she was firing those shots outward. So she did flush 2 that she found down the toilet, but then there were 2 that she did not find that were maybe had lodged underneath Mr. Barron's body or something like that, because they after the paramedics came and the crime scene investigator came, they found this one, and then they found this. And what you'll notice about this live round is that it was found on top of the packaging that went in that came in the transport bag that they ended up carrying Mr. Barron out in. So it had gotten kicked out of something, or it had come loose from somewhere. And so the defendant had actually missed those 2 live rounds when she was concealing the evidence and flushing it down the toilet. So in addition to Sergeant Durham, our crime scene investigator, you're going to hear some witnesses from the GBI. You're going to hear from Bryson Miller. He's going to tell you that he tested that sample of blood that Investigator Durham took from the holster, and it was positive for blood. You're going to hear from Martin Gravely. He's the firearms examiner with the GBI, and he looked at both the guns and determined that the projectile that the medical examiner retrieved from the body of Mr. Barron was fired from the defendant's Glock. He's also going to testify that the shell casings that were submitted to him, that one of them came from the Glock, and that one of them came from 2 of them came from the Beretta. So he's going to say that these guns fired these things, and he's going to testify about that. You're going to hear from a toxicologist that did the blood work that was submitted by the medical exam into toxicology, and he's going to tell you that, and so be listening for this, because it's when you listen to some of the statements the defendant made about that the victim had been drinking, he's going to testify that there was no blood, alcohol in Mr. Barron's blood at the time of his death. The medical examiner is going to testify. She's going to tell you the path of the bullet, that it went through the left arm, into the chest, through the left lung, through the thoracic aorta, and into Mr. Barron's right lung, hitting a rib and stopping in the chest cavity. That the cause of Mr. Barron's death was the gunshot wound of the torso and the upper extremity, and that the manner of death is homicide. Now, in addition to all the science and crime lab witnesses, you're going to hear some witnesses that are going to talk about motive. Now, the state doesn't have to prove motive, but it certainly is helpful, especially in a case like this. And so you're going to hear testimony about December 28th of 2024. And that is the day that the defendant found out that Mr. Barron was having contact with Lilia. That's when she first found out about Lilia, and she confronted him. They got in a fight. He wanted to leave. She took his car keys, and she actually pointed a gun at Mr. Barron. Mr. Barron, she finally gave him his car keys, and he left, and he fled to a hotel. You're also going to hear on January 4th of 2025, that on that day, the defendant became upset because she found out, I think she was looking around in Mr. Barron's things, and she found out that he had been sending money to Lilia and her daughter. She became upset about that. Understandably so, it wasn't a smart thing to do. even Mr. Barron's family didn't like him doing that, but he was doing that. She was becoming increasingly upset about it. And she confronted him, and he again retreated and went to a hotel. You're going to hear testimony about February 1st of 2025 when they are in St. Simon's, when David Barron had gone to visit the defendant in St. Simon's, and they had gone out to dinner, and they were having a nice dinner, but they got in a fight. She started confronting him about Lilia again upset about Lilia. And they were yelling at dinner, and they were yelling when they came back to the condo, and they were yelling outside the condo, and some neighbors or some people that were staying in a nearby unit actually called the police. And the police came out there, and what they actually found out was that David was trying to leave. He was trying to get inside the condo. The defendant had gotten inside the condo. He wanted to get inside and get his things. She would not let him inside. He was trying to open the door to get his things where he could leave. And in doing that, she was pushing against the door, trying to push it closed. And when he was pushing the door open, she fell over and hit her head. And the police came. The police came, they talked to both parties, and they determined that it was an accident and no arrests were made. David was finally able to leave, and he left. And so then you're also going to hear, just continuing on, that there are continued confrontations by the defendant about her dissatisfaction with what Mr. Barron is doing. She's becoming increasingly unhinged and upset about this, and she just cannot move past it. She cannot let it go. She's not listening to her, doing what she wants, and so they get in another fuss. And he goes to that same guest room. He goes upstairs and goes into the guest room. She went to sleep at first in the master downstairs, but she couldn't sleep, and so she decided that she was just going to leave and go back to St. Simon's. So she did that, but she had been drinking, and so she got arrested for DUI as she was leaving town. And so that's the context for those statements that she makes when she talks to the investigators and the officers about. She makes some comments about why she was driving. So the evidence is going to show that just over time that the defendant became just unhinged. David was not listening to her. She couldn't control what he was doing. He wasn't doing what she wanted him to do. She didn't like what she was doing. She was reaching out to people, sending screenshots of Lilia, complaining about Lilia, and just obsessed with it. So you're gonna hear about that, and then you're also gonna hear and see texts from the defendant to David that will show the state of their relationship, that will show her aggressive and controlling behavior towards him, her frustration with him. And in the context of that, you'll see his calm, reserved, and reasonable reaction to her continued confrontation about that through their text messages. So as you hear the evidence, view the evidence in this case, this is going to be a case not about what or who, but why. So I want you to ask yourself 2 questions as you're hearing the evidence in the case. The first question is, were the defendant's actions reasonable? Was that reasonable? The second question is, why was David Barron, why had he retreated, and why was he hiding back there? And after we presented all the evidence to you in the case, the evidence is going to show that the defendant was unhinged and obsessed and irrationally angry. And she lost it. She lost it. And she shot David Barron on purpose through that door and killed him. And we'll come back and ask you to find him guilty on all the counts. Thank you.
No, Judge. We're plugged in here, Judge, but it's not. I don't know why it's not coming up.
I've hit the lawyer R laptop button on my end.
All right, let's see if we got it. Still not coming up, Judge. I have no idea why that's not working. We're booted up, ready to go.
Can the state do the court a favor and plug his laptop into your feed, and let's just do it that way?
Oh, you have it.
I've got an extension.
You can try it on my phone.
Yeah, it must be because you guys were booted up.
I unplugged hers.
Judge, give me just 1 second and we'll try this over here.
Take a 15-minute break. Sherry, will you ask IT to come up, please?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you.
And it worked with that. That's really weird. Is he on?
Yeah, I didn't touch anything after
Okay.
Ms. Bagwell concluded.
Yeah.
Judge, just so you know, we did this yesterday at work because we didn't want this to happen.
I'm going to hit some buttons and see if that does anything.
So now I see a red light on. Can you
Yeah, because
turn it off?
I turned them off and then turned them back on.
We even tried it this morning. It worked. I think we might have it, Judge.
Well, what you just did popped up on my viewer.
Yeah. The
Well, it's no longer, yep,
monitor's on red.
yep. So
We might have it.
I've reached,
I think we're gonna get it.
and Walker's gonna come up here very shortly. So
Whatever that was, I think we might have it. There we go. It's like we're walking.
okay, thank you. Right.
No, that's good. But I've got, this is. Yeah. I think we're good. Brett, we're good.
We're good. Yeah, we got it. Sorry for the call. I think I had to close out of it. Since it was already up, I had to close out of the presentation. How would we do it?
Yeah.
Right? I thought it was being helpful about having it up. Yeah, so apparently, if you have a PowerPoint and then I have a PowerPoint, mine's already up on the presentation. And I try to plug in after you have yours up. You have to close mine out.
Oh, seriously?
I had to shut it. And then
That's weird.
weird.
Yes, please, for it.
And I brought it back in.
Awesome,
Like,
thank you.
Do you need the microphone?
We can just use this.
Okay, perfect.
Thank you. J. So you could just send that link to her if you want. What is? Oh.
I don't have any homework.
Jennifer doesn't mess up. They got it fixed. Apparently you just have to like close it all the way out and then get back into it. The PowerPoint. No, he has to close his app and then reopen it if I've already put. Apparently it's like confused, like he had a PowerPoint and then he tries to do PowerPoint. Yeah, for him. If he has a PowerPoint. Oh, yeah. We'll figure it out. We'll have Kenny up here. Yes, please. After today. Everything. What'd you say? Starting with the zone. Yes. Did you just do that, right? He did. No. I gave them. I was like, you know. They worked last night. I asked. Sure you don't want coffee? Yeah. Yeah, right. I always want to laugh. One time I did, no, was that you? Yeah. With the during the
What's going on? Step out here.
Send radio, copy 227, 28.
Yeah, right over there. Come over here.
Over there.
Over here. Come over here.
Tag Sierra, Sierra Delta 34.
Come over here with me.
3410. Second one, towards Tag Sierra, Hotel Charlie 4742.
Hey, ma'am, tell me what's going on. Is anyone else in the house?
Yes, I think he's dead.
Who's dead? What happened?
She just came to the door. All right.
My boyfriend.
Ma'am, hey, stay with her.
Yep.
We're gonna go inside, all right?
He needs an ambulance.
Okay. We're about
Oh my God.
Hey, ma'am, can you tell me what happened? Do you know if there's anybody else in the house? Anything that we should know about? Just stay here with me for right now, okay? We're trying to figure out what's going on.
Help me. I think he's dead. Oh my God.
What's that? First times, 2024 Kia Telluride, James Barron, that address.
Can you tell me anything about what's happened tonight?
Second,
Who's dead? What happened?
Porsche break-in, black in color. Confirm Sam Henry Charlie 4742.
I think he's dead. Oh my God. God help me. Oh my God. He's dead. I don't think I can feel a pulse. We got in this huge fight. Oh my God! Oh my God! I think he's dead. I think he died. I think he, oh my God!
Can you tell me anything about what happened? Do you know what happened? Do you know if anyone else is in the house?
No, can I get some water?
Just stay here with me for right now, okay? They're
I
clearing
can't
the
even
house.
talk. He's dead. He's dead. There's blood everywhere. He had a gun. He told
4110 ready. You can clear the channel.
took it out and told me.
Bailey is North Patrol, stack of service, North Patrol stairs. But then also is Fireside clear to enter.
He was gonna shoot me.
They're clear to enter.
Someone said they're going to shoot you?
4130 up front.
Okay.
I can't talk.
Okay, we have paramedics coming. They're going to be able to help you out a little bit, okay?
I'm gonna get some water.
Are you hurt at all?
I don't think I got. I didn't get hit. It went past me.
Are you 4120?
Oh my God! He's dead. There's blood. Oh my God! He's dead. I know he is. I could no.
Hey, you can't go back inside right now, okay?
Oh
You
my
have to stay
God!
here
He's
with me.
dead. Oh. Oh my God! Oh my God!
4140 radio, you show me today.
Oh, wait.
So she's really manic. She's not even really, she's not able to answer my questions. She's kind of freaking out a little bit. I guess.
4216, 4110. Do you still need additional or can I 1039?
I guess there's someone in the house like shot.
Don't need any additional units. 4110 radio, have on call for place me at 21.
Yeah, if you could, like, the inside is clear to enter. There.
Is he still alive?
Is he upstairs?
Yes. I don't think he.
And then as far as she, I don't know if you guys can do anything for her. She's,
The monitor.
hey, are you injured at all, ma'am? Did you get hurt? Did you get shot? Did you get?
I got blood on me, but I mean.
Start another menu.
Okay. Thank you.
I gotta have some water.
Hey, do you guys have any water?
I have some in my refrigerator.
I understand, but I can't let you go inside right now, okay?
Oh my God. I'm in shock. Can I call somebody?
You just need to sit here with
Can
your.
you give me water?
I gotta stay here with you, okay?
I don't think it. Oh my God. I don't think it. Oh my God. Ah! Oh. Oh my God! Oh my God! I wish. Oh my Lord! What is happening?
Fire EMS is starting to CPR now, so
We got this.
can't control over.
Huge fight! Oh my! I'm in shock! Oh my God!
Hey, ma'am, I need you to stay over here, okay? Ma'am, I need you to stay over here, okay? I can't let you go back inside the house. They're working on them right now. But I can't let you go back inside.
Go ahead, Sarge. That was, yeah, 22 on trip.
Oh my God! I think he's dead! No!
Hey, ma'am, can you step back over here with me? I need you to step back over here.
Oh my God!
Can you tell me anything that happened?
Oh my God! Come here. Oh my God!
He had a gun. Did he? What did he do with it? Did he shoot himself?
No! I didn't.
Hey, ma'am. Hey. 4130, 4110. Can you send the EMS down here for me? I think she's having some kind of panic attack. She's laying on the floor.
4131, you clear on that traffic.
Hey, ma'am. Ma'am.
4131, radio, launch traffic. Females on the ground having possible panic attack. Request fire side to check her out.
Oh my God!
5323, Alton.
Tell me you're gonna. I can't talk.
Mm-hmm. Okay, we have that are going to come and check you out. Okay. Did he say he was going to hurt? Did he say he was going to shoot you? Is that what happened with the gun? Did he point it at you? So he said he was going to shoot you with a gun. So you. Well, just take this.
Oh my God!
Oh, we can't go in there right now.
You go back inside.
Have a seat. They're gonna come check you, okay? We can't allow anyone inside right now, right?
I can't even talk. Oh my God! Don't tell me about him. Is he dead? I can feel a pulse on him.
Hey, ma'am, if you'll do me a favor and just breathe. They're getting ready to transport him up to the hospital.
Is he alive?
Ma'am.
Is he alive?
Ma'am. Take a breath. Breathe for a second. Breathe. They're getting ready to transport him to the hospital, okay?
Is he alive? Please tell him to tell me.
Like he said, they're getting ready to transport him to the hospital. Okay.
Oh my God. God, my neck. Tell me he would effing kill me.
He said he was going to kill you.
He said he the stairs.
Ma'am, you have your ID with you? You don't have your ID with you? Are you able to sit up?
Yes.
Okay. If you want to lean against the wall, that'd probably help out. Leaning against the wall will probably help you calm down a little bit. Okay, so they're about to get him up to the hospital. What is your name, ma'am? Ma'am, what's your name?
My tongue, my mouth is so dry.
It's okay.
Just take a second. You say what?
It's choking me. Oh my God, how did this happen? How did this happen? Oh my God.
What's your name, ma'am? You mind getting her information? Is there water in the fridge that I might be able to give you?
Yes, there's water there.
Is it bottled water? I'll bring you bottled water, okay?
Oh my God. Please tell me to feel alive.
Like they said, they're getting ready to transport him to the hospital. Okay.
Oh my
Can you-
God, I know he's not.
Can you tell me?
I've been imposed on him. Oh, is he alive? Just tell me if he's alive.
Water for you, man. You do what you gotta do. Tom, what?
It's down really high, I might not be able to go all the way back there.
Do what you can.
Let you know, you'll see back there.
Okay.
Can you tell me your name?
Oh God, please, dear God, let him be alive. Oh. He shot at me.
He shot at you? He shot at you? Okay. Can you tell me your name?
41 What's our address here? 4238 4238 Bay Ridge Drive.
Hey, ma'am, if you sit up, it might help a little bit, okay?
Okay, 4120.
Hey, ma'am, can you sit up for me? Ma'am, if you sit up, it might help you feel a little bit better and help you to calm down, okay?
I can't.
You can't sit up?
I can't.
Can you sit up?
You made me go the stairs.
4101, you can go over 4110.
Mm-hmm.
I told him to check the area, white marsh circles on 30, call her, like yelling and screaming outside. 10-6 yelling.
Shot. Oh my God.
Hey, ma'am.
Let me see him.
You got to stay here, okay? I can't let you go over there, okay? You got to stay right here.
Tell me if the sheet's over his head.
You got to
Tell me if he's
okay?
Tell me if he's alive.
They said that he was transported to the hospital.
Is he alive?
I haven't looked
Look
at
at him for me.
I just
Tell me if the sheet's over his head. I'm gonna fake. Is this sheet over his head?
Hey, ma'am. How you feeling right now? As far as your physical health goes. Can you breathe?
Is he?
They're taking him over to the hospital.
Is he alive? Tell me. Is he alive?
I
If
didn't
he's
go.
dead,
Okay.
just tell me.
I didn't see him. I can't.
Go ask him. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God, he's dead, isn't he? That's why they're putting this crime paper. Tell me if he's dead.
We're doing an investigation right now, okay? I don't know if he's dead or not.
Tell me if he's alive or if he's dead.
Hey, just stay
No,
right here.
I'm gonna go over there. Tell me.
Go over there, okay? You got to stay here.
He's dead, isn't he?
I don't know.
Yes.
Man.
He's dead, or you wouldn't be putting all this up.
Well, they're taking him to the hospital right now, okay? That's all that I know.
Oh my God! Oh my God! How did that happen?
Down to 4117. You're done paying. Come upstairs.
I mean, she's completely uncooperative. She's
4110 radio.
Your gloves.
Check. You can have a South unit go up to the hospital and stand by with our person who's been shot. Yeah. Try for our offensive line.
Oh, don't tell me.
There's a crime scene while we're there.
Get name and date of birth somewhere.
she's not the only.
What?
I said she's not the only.
Well, we've got 2 cars. I'm gonna start bringing the cars. So one was got to come back. What's your name?
Suzanne.
What's your name?
Suzanne.
Suzanne. Say. Spell that for me.
Suzanne.
Yes. There's like, my name is Zach. There's like 6 different ways I know to spell Zach. So I just want to make sure I got your name spelled correctly. Okay, I need you to take some slow deep breaths. Miss Suzanne.
And then he
Miss Suzanne, can you take some deep breaths for me?
slammed the door. And he got his gun out and he tried to, and then I ran down the stairs and I got my gun. Why I get my gun? Oh my God, what is happening?
Miss Suzanne. Hey.
I shot my gun to he locked the door.
Okay, these paramedics, they're gonna look at you. Okay, they're gonna make sure that you're okay.
Tell me if he's alive.
Edge of 15.
Is he alive?
Ma'am, I have no idea.
Must be dead because y'all are taking him to the hospital.
We're here for you, ma'am.
No.
We're not even sure.
I'm fine.
We're not even sure what happened. I have no idea.
Is he not alive?
Ma'am, I have no idea.
He's not dead. He must be dead because y'all are taking him to the hospital.
What?
Oh my God.
I'm not even sure what's going on.
Oh my God.
Just DOA or? Okay. What's your name, ma'am?
All we've gotten out of her is Suzanne.
Yeah,
Suzanne.
she said that she got choked.
She got choked.
Yeah, that's what she told me, and she's fainted twice.
Fainted twice. Suzanne, my name's Tyler, and I just need you. I'm so sorry about what's happened today. I don't really know what's going on. You don't have to disclose anything to me either. We're here for you, okay? Something bad's happened tonight. We need to get you checked out. Suzanne?
I have 3 children.
I understand. My mom's got 3 children, too.
Oh my God, he's dead and y'all are taking him.
Suzanne, I have no idea what's going on.
Transporting him to the hospital.
I have no idea what's going on.
Hey, maybe
No.
Suzanne, I have no idea what's going on, man.
Miss Suzanne, look at me. Look at me. Listen to me. They can't.
I got put in jail.
Look, they can't leave.
He was having
Miss Suzanne, I need you to listen to me.
I just need you to talk to me.
They can't
Suzanne.
transport him until they put an IV in and they do other stuff. That's what they're working on. They're going to the hospital right now.
Well, I don't have an ID because
Okay.
It's not, okay.
a couple weeks ago
Okay. What's your last name, Miss Suzanne?
we got to another
Let's try to basically go right.
bad fight.
Step down here.
What's your last name?
Oh my God! I need my sister.
Miss Suzanne, what is your last name?
42 steps by the time domestic in progress. Northeast Drive, 20.
Suzanne's your first name. What's your last name?
In the lead, revolving.
Is he alive?
Suzanne,
Tell me what is he?
I don't know. We don't know.
I tried to shoot the doorknob off, and I must have hit him.
Miss Suzanne, is one of these people?
No, I killed him. I tried the doorknob.
Miss Suzanne, is one of these cards out here yours?
This one.
One of these cards out here yours?
Yeah,
Which one?
the black one.
I'm trying to get your information, your name, first name, last name, date of birth. If you're not going to tell me that, I'm going to have to run your card and get it that way. What's your last name?
My name is Suzanne. My last name is Mericle.
Miracle?
Mary.
Now let's just take your bottles.
I
Mericle. James there.
M-E-R-I-C-L-E.
Second one, they returned to
What's your date of
Morgan
birth?
Macon. Suzanne Mericle, St. Simons.
That's me.
Okay, what's your date of birth?
May 15th, 1963.
Okay.
I'm 61.
Okay.
Do you mind if I take your vitals while I'm here and check you out? Is that okay?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm trying to shoot, but he shot me, shot at me. I tried to shoot the door off.
I understand.
So he told. I got I had a lot of surgeries last year.
I'm just gonna be putting some stuff on you. I'm listening, okay?
And we got in a fight a couple weeks ago, and I decided to drive back home because I leave like 3 or 4 in the morning anyway. And I wasn't drunk. I've had I had a concussion in October. And I was driving the wrong way. The police pulled me over. I got put in jail at 61, and they put me on this. I just sleep on cement all night. So I didn't lose my license. All because of this affair. I hate it.
We put a few stickers on you, okay?
You're alive.
You're taking him to the hospital right now, okay?
What is that? He's dead, isn't he?
They don't transport if they don't have anything. So when he left, he was alive.
He was?
Yes.
Yeah. Oh my God.
Still out.
Oh, baby.
Listen, you need to breathe, okay? You keep focusing on
No, I can't.
focus on you.
I was trying to, I want to work this out, and he doesn't love me, I know, but I don't know.
Right now, let's focus on you, okay?
I don't know, he's alright. Oh my God. I love him. You understand? I love him. We bought this house together.
I'm gonna put this back on you, okay? Alright, can you sit still as possible for me so I can get accurate readings on it, okay? We gotta make sure you're okay, alright? That's my job.
I'm okay. He's the one.
3 miles contact, Brian Garcia, turns on the gate.
He grabbed me by the neck and dragged me upstairs.
Just a little one.
He's on the verge of the air.
Just checking out your hands.
There's blood everywhere on him. I just got that.
Okay. Are you hurting anywhere?
This is Horwood, man.
My heart.
I understand.
Getting that.
Oh,
5:15. 62 or 63? Sorry. Said M-E-R-I-C-L-E for her last name.
M-E-R-I-C-L-E?
M-E-R-I-C-L-E.
How do you spell your first name, Suzanne?
S-U-Z.
Yeah. Eddie. Okay. Just want to make sure I was spelling it right. Date of birth is 5/15.
63. I'm 60. I'm 61.
That's fine.
I'm a good person. I don't know. He's so big. Everything was good. I don't know
What happened?
we had to.
Okay, keep going.
And then we started just talking. We got to arguing.
4116 to 4120.
You got his gun?
Do you live here?
We just bought this place. in
Okay.
October.
This is your husband you're talking about?
No, it's my boyfriend.
Your boyfriend, okay. Okay.
We bought we met each other like a long time ago.
Okay.
And then we got back together this year.
Okay. So having dinner, everything was going well, then you got into an argument, he grabbed his gun. What happened
And he
after?
got us, so I was in the bathroom brushing my teeth. And he came in there. And then he got his gun. I said, what are you doing? He said, either you sleep up the stairs or I sleep up the stairs.
Okay.
And then he got his gun. I said, what are you doing with your gun? He said, I may have to.
You instructed to drive.
I don't know what he said. He said, what are you doing with your gun? And then
Central radio.
we went back in here. And then we talked. And he had his briefcase on his shoulder. And he took the cover off his gun.
Same for engine 5.
And then,
Yeah,
then the argument got
4322 on Whitmire. Instructed to George Drive, got another caller on the line. She advised us to be here. Next,
to go on.
she advised 10-0, you may have to drive.
That he'd been drinking too much. And he grabbed me by the throat. He said he would ruin me with my children. Because we were talking about, I said, I wish I'd never met you. You should have told me you were involved with another woman. And he said, you told my son. And then he said he was going to tell my children. And I said, tell them, I don't care. I've done nothing wrong.
4110, yes, put us on the screen.
Grabbed me again by the throat and tried to pull me upstairs. And he said he would shove that gun down my throat.
What happened next? I went. He said, I will.
4120, Baltimore.
He said, he would kill me. And I went, I said, I'm going to get my gun.
So he assaulted you and choked you. Did he punch you or anything like that?
He just slapped me in the face.
Okay.
And then he pushed me. And then I think, I don't remember, I can't remember.
That's fine. That's fine. I don't want to.
He shot outside. He shot And when I went up, he locked the door, and I was like, open the door, and then I shot my gun at the door, and it must have hit him. Tried to get in, and I went downstairs and got the hammer, and I beat the door and got my hand in the
simple battery.
the door opened it, and he was lying there.
I'm sorry to ask you to tell me all that. Miss Suzanne, I think you need to get checked out. Absolutely. Look. Miss Suzanne, so
you got to fight a couple weeks ago in this place. I don't even live. I live on St. Simon's, and I just come.
you're just visiting.
Well, this is my house, but he lives here full time.
Okay, I understand that. So look, there's some pretty intense stuff that happened tonight. Whether you come with me or not, you're going to be going to the hospital no matter what. Okay?
Why?
You have to be evaluated.
I don't want to go. You don't understand. A couple of weeks ago, we had another fight about this woman. And I tried to give him grace, and he made me leave.
Yeah, I know.
And then I got told over, and they.
Miss Suzanne, I'm just going to get some basic information from you, okay? I don't want to upset you
I had to
further.
spend the night on a piece of slab.
I know, I understand.
No, you don't. Neither day.
I'm sorry, I can't understand.
And then, is he alive? Oh my God! There was blood everywhere. Oh my God!
Miss Suzanne.
I have a normal life. I'm a normal person. I'm a dental practice.
I got you. Miss Suzanne, I don't want to upset you any further, okay?
Up the stairs.
Miss Suzanne, I need you to calm down for just 1 second, okay? I understand you got a lot going on. But look, if you don't want me here, I'm going to be leaving here in a second, okay? So, you don't want to go to the hospital, right?
There's a problem.
Suzanne, we're just here for you, okay? Making sure you're okay.
You need to be forgiven.
He's taken care of. There's already somebody on that.
Is he alive?
They're doing all the
No, look at me. Look at me. Is he alive?
They're doing the most.
No, he's not alive, is he?
I don't know.
Is he alive? Why can't y'all tell me?
We don't know. I just showed up here, Miss Suzanne. I've been trying to talk to you, but you're not talking to me.
I am talking.
No, you keep getting hysterical, and I'm trying to talk to you. You don't want to go to the hospital with us, do you?
No.
Okay, I need you to sign right here, okay? These officers are going to do what they need to do and then investigate further, okay? All right, so sign right here.
Radio 4216, Baltimore.
I'm going to ask you a couple more questions. What medications are you taking? Progesterone, okay. Is it hormone? Yep.
I take Lexapro
Okay. For what, anxiety, depression?
for anxiety.
Anxiety, okay.
And then in the morning,
Do you have a history of high blood pressure?
no,
Okay, all right.
I've never had.
That's fine. You might just, you're just stressed out right now. Your pressure is elevated.
I take thyroid medicine in the morning.
Synthroid?
No, some
Levothyroxine?
some others.
Okay, no worries.
It's like mixed up.
Okay, gotcha.
And
Are you allergic to anything?
penicillin and clindamycin.
Okay.
I'm a normal person.
I'm not questioning whether you're normal or not. These are just, Miss Suzanne, these are just.
Is he alive?
I have no idea. I wish I could.
I'm moving blood.
Like he said, they're doing the best they can. Miss Suzanne, you shot him. So I'm really, I mean, it sounds like that's what happened. You shot through the door and it may have hit him. I have no idea what's going on. That's what you told me. So.
Miss Suzanne, do you know what year it is?
Huh?
We watched a movie.
Which person? Yeah.
Don't need us for anything else.
So I know you guys are taking essentially rights from her, or like you're taking over. She does draw a DDO.
Judge, I'm pausing you briefly at 44:55, and I'm going to fast forward a little bit. It's a long body cam, so I'm just going to fast forward, and I'll notify the court when I hit play again. I'm going to go ahead and hit play at 47:35. Oh my God.
Ready, 4215.
This is just horrible.
Hold it in 25.
He's mad at me because I found out. But I was giving him grace because I love him. I wanted us to work it out. God, please, God, for your life. Please take you. Oh my God, God. What do I do? I should never have got my gun. I thought he was going to kill me. He said he was going to put it like towards my mouth and he was going to shove it down my throat.
Have a seat, kind of. Have a seat right there.
Dear God, please help me. God, please. I mean, I've never been in jail. And I was arrested here a couple of weeks ago. They said I was a thief, but I wasn't. I mean, I have a concussion. Oh my God! It's like a nightmare. God, please be alive. Please take care of me. Oh my God! This is. I know he's not. I kind of feel for home.
023404, opening 023404.
Oh my God. gonna go get my gun. He's getting. No, don't go to sleep. I should have just left. I told him I was gonna leave, but I was scared because the last time I left, got in a fight, I got pulled over, and they were not. I have a hearing problem.
You're standing right there with this one.
Maybe in the garage?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Area copy, please. Port 15.
Oh, baby.
Bravo, you know 7. DYD 7.
Oh, God. I told him he was drinking too much and he got so mad at me.
Uh, 2022 Honda Civic.
Judge, I'm pausing at 52:50 and I'm gonna fast forward just a bit. I'm gonna start again at 55:50.
God, mad. I told him that I didn't want this house anymore. That he told me he didn't want the house. He said, "Do you want it?" I said, "Let's just sell it." And I told him, because he's been paying that woman in Romania money, and I just said, "You can pay their rent for the next 6 months, and let's just not see each other, talk to each other, and let's just." He said, "If I moved on, he would kill me." And he told me to shove that gun down my throat. I mean, I'm just happy. We're both good people. We're both good people. Sometimes things just don't work out. Oh, Jason. Oh my God, he's such a good guy. He really is. I know that woman. I know. He's a good. Oh my God. Oh. Oh my God. Oh my God. What just happened? Oh, I've got so many things. I told him, let me sleep up there, you sleep here, because this door doesn't lock, and that door does. me not to close my eyes. I should have just got my car and left. But I got that stupid device thing on it. Oh, God, how's my world turned upside down?
Have a seat.
Lord, oh, God. I don't want this to happen to you. We're putting stuff together for our house.
Ready, 4216, yes, 10-4.
I told him, I said, why did you? And I'm not mad at him, I'm just hurt. And I told him that. I mean, I wasn't mad, I wasn't. But he kept yelling at me.
4215 radio, 291 with 1, beginning when you're ready.
He's got 2 boys and grandchildren. God, please let it be all right.
2173
Oh, God, please let it be all right. He is a good person.
173.6.
And that was a long time ago. We got back together. God, please, God, take care of him. Oh, my God.
First rider in your system.
He shot at me. I don't one time, maybe, but all I was trying to do is open the door. He must have been right there. I don't know why he didn't unlock it.
George, I briefly paused it at 10148, and I'm going to fast forward just a bit. I started it at 11419.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Hello, my name's Matt. Give me just a little bit and we'll talk, okay? Thank you. And like I said, if you need anything, my name's Matt. Okay?
Deputy Thomas, just briefly, who was that we just saw get on scene?
That was Investigator Medford.
And why did he arrive on scene?
After we got on scene and realized what we were dealing with, we contacted our CID persons unit and they responded out to the scene.
Okay, thank you. Is that typical in cases like this where you would call out CID to come and investigate?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So in cases like this, would a patrol officer ever do any of the investigation?
No, not on something like this. We would always call.
Okay. Judge, I'm going to fast forward just a little bit more. Right now it's at 1:14:39. I'm going to start it again at 1:21:09.
Well, like I worry. Like I said, he's at the hospital right now.
No, how am I gonna know?
We'll worry about that in a little while, okay?
God, please let him be okay. I told him. Yeah. He told me that he ended it with her. He did, and I told him, I said, if you want it, just take it. I don't care. I mean, I'm too old for that, but he got so bad either. God, how did this happen? Oh my God.
4120 radio, 1038. Off the highway. Approaching Old Fort Road, and black on the road, stand by for the 28.
And got him and beat the door and put my hand in there to open the door, and he was right at the door. I can't even push it open. He must have been standing right there. And I was screaming over the door. No. I said,
4120 radio, 20 is going to be Charlie Zulu Henry.
Judge, I paused it at 1:24:14. I'm going to fast forward some.
Let's go ahead and take a 15-minute break. Come back at, we'll call it even 2:30. 2:30.
Not a lot.
You're watching at Southern Sin, your new home for true crime. Smash that like button now. We'll be right back.
Go to the bathroom or something too.
Court will be right back. Here on at Southern Sin and at Truth Talks Live.
Anything from the state?
No, Your Honor.
Anything from the defense?
No, sir.
You're watching at Southern
Lawrence approach
Sin,
briefly.
your home for true crime. Court will begin shortly. Don't go anywhere.
All right, be back at
More
2:30.
true
Thank you.
crime. Catch featured episodes on at Southern Sin like
Gonna go downstairs.
I guess you know what comes across my mind. Murder. Just murder, murder.
A lot of ladies think he's attractive. Very nice, very well spoken.
This is what I do with women, you know? I use my charm, use my good looks. I'm like a lion. You're the prey, I can sense it.
I stand here today to announce the indictment of Wade Wilson for the murders of Christine Melton and Diane Ruiz.
Both of them had been strangled. The last person that they encountered was Mr. Wade Wilson.
He said he got back in the car and ran her over until she looked like spaghetti.
I choked her out so she couldn't breathe anymore. I was on a rampage at this point.
He's still pulling the strings from a jail cell. He's got an army of wives. That's all he's ever wanted.
To advocate for someone because you think he's handsome.
A rage overcomes me. Just kill, kill, kill. When I get that way, I become the devil.
I'm gonna be honest with you, son. Everybody in the state thinks you're a monster.
True crime just got darker. Catch the full episode on the link above. Subscribe to At Southern Sin today and hit the notification bell for more live original episodes Wednesdays at 8 p.m.
Rapper YNW Melly, whose real name is Jamel Demmons, back in a Broward County courtroom Monday as the state prosecutors and the defense are going over a number of different motions filed to see what will be admissible for Demmons' retrial. Demmons is accused of murdering Christopher Thomas and Anthony Williams, both childhood friends, back in 2018 after a late-night recording session, and then allegedly made it look like a drive-by shooting. His first double murder trial ended in 2023 in a mistrial after jurors failed to reach a unanimous verdict. That trial, with twists and turns that included allegations of witness tampering, passing messages in jail, and alleged plans to escape. All issues brought before the judge today to see what would be permitted to use in his new trial. Demmons faces a number of charges that include 2 counts of premeditated first-degree murder and witness tampering. And he is expected back in court January 12th on Monday at 8:45, where the judge will hear additional motions. That trial has been set for January 21st.
Is this Mr. Lloyd, Markeith Lloyd? All right, thank you. Let's go ahead and begin these first appearances. Sir, you're here for the charge of murder of a...
There ain't no Markeith Lloyd. Who are you?
All right, you're here for murder of a law enforcement officer, attempted murder of a law enforcement officer, carjacking with a firearm, aggravated assault.
May I have your name, please?
Is this...
Markeith Lloyd was captured, wanted for the murder of his pregnant girlfriend.
For real, you not about to kill me and the baby. This man, he has to be stopped. But no, you need a greater force than that. I'm not going to live past 25.
Most wanted man in Florida is waking up in a hospital this morning. Police captured Markeith Lloyd Tuesday night in Orlando.
Catch the full episode on the link above. Subscribe to At Southern Sin today for more exclusive crime episodes.
I just killed my mother. And
what happened, sir?
Earlier that evening, Champaign County dispatchers answered a 911 call from Shane's 14-year-old son. At first, it sounded like a routine emergency. But buried in the boy's trembling words was something far more chilling, an unsettling confession. The question wasn't just what happened inside that house, but who, exactly, was confessing to murder.
I just killed my mother. And
what happened, sir?
I just killed my mother, and I need to go to the hospital.
Captain Loney assures Shane his son is safe, tucked away in police custody. But behind the calm words, a darker truth lurks. As Shane's fear spirals, Loney tightens the net, asking pointed questions.
Give me a little history on your son. And is his name, am I correct, is his name Donovan?
Oh, God, yes. Yes, Donovan Asher Nicholas.
What's his date of birth?
Okay, I think he's 14 years old.
Okay.
But I don't know.
Okay. Has he been any behavior problem or anything to you?
Never. The boy is soft-spoken. He's a genius. He's very, very smart. He's non-confrontational.
Okay.
He's never done anything. No, this is not happening.
Has he ever inflicted harm to any family member or anything like that?
Never.
No harm to anyone?
Never. None.
Does he have friends
None.
and things of that nature?
No, he does not.
True Crime Tuesdays just got darker. Southern Sin's all-new episodes drop at 9 p.m. Subscribe now for exclusive content.
You can't. You can't wear due to the recent recall. Do you snore? I'm Dr. Suzanne Mericle, and my team and I offer and are focused on dental sleep medicine in our practice.
A successful dentist, the owner of a practice on a ritzy island in the South, now according to police, an alleged killer.
Catch the full episode on the link above. Subscribe to At Southern Sin today and hit the notification bell for more live original episodes Wednesdays at 8 p.m.
Hit us in the chat if you think the defendant is guilty or not guilty. Thank you for subscribing to At Southern Sin. Keep our algorithm high by hitting the like button now and use hashtag Sinners in the chat to win a free membership.
You're watching At Southern Sin, your new home for true crime. Smash that like button now. We'll be right back.
Court will be right back, here on at Southernson and at Truth Talks Live.
You're watching at Southern Sin, your new home for true crime. Smash that like button now. We'll be right back.
license status valid on. 10-4, thank you.
When he told me, God, I should have just left. I said, open the door and put your gun outside. And then I tried to take the lock off. Why'd I do that? Oh my God, why'd I do that? And then,
it's 1:48:29. I'm going to fast forward. To 2:12:59. And Deputy Thomas, is that Investigator Mefford that we see that came into the screen?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Suzanne. Suzanne? All right, Suzanne, I introduced myself earlier. My name's Matt. I was wondering if we could have a conversation. Would you be willing to come to my office with me? It's warm there. I'll be able to get you some water.
I don't want to go anywhere.
You don't want to come to my office? It's warmer there.
I don't want to go anywhere.
Will you please come to my office with me?
Can I just stay here?
It's warmer there, and I like it. It's better that way.
I don't want to go anywhere.
Okay. It'd be a lot better, though. Like I said, we can go there.
No, I don't want to go anywhere.
Where would you like to talk to me at then?
This way.
Can we go sit in the car or something?
Why can't we talk right here?
It's cold, and I'd like to sit down.
Why can't we talk right there?
Well, they're about to take. I'm going to have somebody take some photos and stuff. I'll explain that whole process to you.
I don't want to go.
You don't want to go at all? Oh.
Is he alive?
He's up right now. He's at the hospital, and like I said,
That means he's alive. I need to know.
Honestly, I'm here with you. I have somebody going there to check, and I'm here with you, and that's why I'd like to talk to you about what's going on. I'd like to have a sit down and be able to have a conversation, but right here, it's just not the best place.
A couple weeks ago, we had a fight about the same thing. And he threatened me. And I got in my car and left.
I want to talk to you about all of that, but I want
Well, I got arrested. I got arrested. And I'm 61 years old. I'm a dentist. I'm a mother of three. I'm
okay.
Normal. I have a hearing problem.
Mm-hmm.
And my hearing aid was dead. They yelled and screamed at me.
Okay. Well, nobody's going to yell and scream at you today.
And they threw me in jail on a cement, and I stayed there all night.
So no, I want to go to my office. I'm not wanting to go to the jail.
And then tonight, he threatened me, and I should have left, but I was scared.
And I want you to be able to tell me all about that.
I'm not scared. I just don't know what happened. He put that gun on my lips.
Mm-hmm.
I've just had a really bad last year, this year.
Okay. So like I said, I want to talk about every bit of that. So
I don't want to talk about it. It's just, everything was fine. All I was trying to do, he shot the gun, and then I was trying to shoot the lock off, and it must have hit him. And he locked the door, and he wouldn't open it, and I ran downstairs and got a hammer and beat the door and put my hand in there, and then there was blood everywhere.
Can we please go to my office and talk about that? I hear everything you're saying. It's very important. I want to go talk to you in my office about that. It's warmer there. I mean, I'll get you water. All this stuff you're having to tell me is very important. I'll tell you this, when I get to the office, I will have an answer. I'm here with you right now. I will make a phone call, have an answer, but I really want to talk to you.
Oh my God. I'm just a normal person.
Do you need shoes?
I don't want to go.
Okay.
I just want to go.
Well, I really want to talk to you. It's very important to me.
Why can't we just talk right here?
Because this is going on. You know, you've seen me and my partners here for a few minutes now, right? So I'm going to be very honest what we're doing. Because it's a scene I have to process, know what's going on. So I had to write a search warrant for the house because I can't do that on consent under these circumstances. So what's about to happen is they're going to have that signed by a judge, and then I have another friend that's going to come in with a camera, and he's going to take pictures of everything, and we're going to go from there. And I don't want to be here while he's doing that. And while he's doing that, me and you can go talk. I mean, you have a lot of important information to tell me. You have a lot of important information, like you're telling me, and I really want to know more about it.
Can I change?
Absolutely. Where are your clothes?
In the house.
Where at?
In my bedroom.
Is that the downstairs bedroom?
Right here.
Okay, there's no guns or anything in that closet, is there?
Oh.
All right, come on. Yeah, we can. Breland?
Yes, sir.
Come on. So what's going to happen is this deputy here.
I'm going to pause it or stop it at 2:20:08. So Deputy Thomas, what happened after here? Was the defendant able to go change her clothes?
Yes, ma'am, she was.
Who went with her?
To go into the room, it was me and Deputy Breland and our Deputy Westmoreland. Once she started changing, Deputy Westmoreland stayed in there and watched her.
So after she changed clothes, what did you do next?
I transported her to the law enforcement center.
Was she under arrest at that point?
No, ma'am, she was not.
How did you transport her to the law enforcement center?
In my patrol car.
Was she handcuffed?
No, ma'am.
Was she informed that she wasn't under arrest, or did anybody say anything about whether or not she was under arrest?
Yes, we made it very clear that she was not under arrest and we were not going to the jail.
And so when you say not going to the jail, where is the law enforcement center and where is the jail?
The law enforcement center is located on Browns Bridge Road. The jail is located on Barber Road, which is off Candler.
So totally separate locations?
Yes.
So while you were transporting her to the law enforcement center, what was Investigator Mefford in the car with you? Was he somewhere else?
No, ma'am. He was still on scene for a little while, and then eventually he came and met us at the law enforcement center.
And once you got to I guess while you were on your way to the law enforcement center, did the defendant make any more statements to you about what happened that night or anything like that?
She didn't make many statements. It was more of just the same of her yelling occasionally. Sometimes she was quiet. She was asking me how long it was going to take to get there, and I kept updating her on that.
Once you got to the law enforcement center, what did you do when do you pull into the front and just walk in the front doors? Is there a back door you have to go through?
There's a back door that we can access that's gated off, and that's where I went.
When you get there, you get out of the car, what happened next?
So I should preface it with this. I was still on field training or refresher course. I just gotten back from an deployment overseas. So I thought I knew where the person's unit was located at. I thought it was up on the third floor. It was not up on the third floor, and I went on the wrong side. Eventually, I went back down to the parking lot, and there I met one of the other investigators. He was able to let me up to the second floor on the left-hand side, looking at it from the back, and let me into the investigator's offices.
So you said the person's unit's on the second floor?
Yes.
Is that where you were supposed to be headed?
Yes, ma'am.
So before you could find where you were supposed to be going, what were you and the defendant doing?
We were walking around up at the law enforcement center trying to find the right door.
So y'all just kind of wandering around trying to figure out where you're going?
Yes, ma'am.
Is she saying anything to you while you guys are trying to find the law enforcement or the CID unit?
No, ma'am. At one point she stopped and she asked me again if he was dead, and I again informed her I didn't know because I was with her the entire time.
Once you got to the interview room, do you go in the interview room with the defendant or do you go somewhere else?
I stay outside.
Do you stay outside for the entire time she's being interviewed?
I do. There's one point where she tries to leave and says that she needs to go to the bathroom. I don't go into the interview room at that point, but I'm in like the hallway where the interview rooms are.
So at one point you said she needed to use the restroom. Was Investigator Mefford in the room with her when that happened, when she needed to use the restroom?
No, he had stepped out with another investigator.
So was she in there alone?
Yes, ma'am, she was.
So what happens, what's Hall County's policy when someone's being interviewed in the interview room, they're not under arrest, but they need to, like, for example, use the restroom? Like, how are you trained to handle that situation? So
with her being a female and me being a male, we always have to escort someone at that point because where they're at is a sensitive location. Even my badge doesn't have access to that floor. I have to get let in by an investigator. So we still have to stay with them because there's sensitive information in the area that they're at. With her being a female, me being a male, I couldn't escort her to use the bathroom, but there was a female investigator who came and was able to escort her.
So if it had been a male in that room and they had asked to use the restroom, would you have been able to just immediately take them out and escort them to the restroom?
I would have probably went and asked if that was okay with the investigators. And then if they were good with that, then yeah, I would have escorted them to use the bathroom.
And so because she was a female, what did you do when she asked you to use the restroom?
The first time, I wasn't sure exactly how long it was going to take. She came out and asked, and I said they should be back soon. Then she came out and asked the second time, and as we were having that conversation, a female investigator walked up. I let her know that she needed to go to the bathroom, and she took her.
Okay. Backing up to, I guess after the interview, what's your role as far as this case is concerned?
After the interview, I've had no other interaction with this case other than testifying.
So backing up to your time on scene with the defendant, did you observe, I guess we watched on your body cam, were you able to observe her overall general behavior and demeanor while you were on scene?
Yes, ma'am.
Did she appear to, while you were on scene, did you note whether there were tears coming out of her eyes?
I did not observe tears coming out of her eyes.
Did she ever ask you for like a Kleenex to blow her nose or wipe her eyes or anything like that?
No, ma'am.
We saw also that at some point she was kind of like dry heaving, but because your body camera was like higher up, we couldn't really see what was going on the ground. At any point, did she ever actually throw up?
No, ma'am, she did not.
We also saw on your body cam that there were a couple times where she falls to the ground and appears to faint. At any point, did you ever observe her lose consciousness?
No, ma'am, I did not.
When she would fall to the ground, do you remember if her eyes would remain open or closed?
The first time, I can't remember. She was kind of turned away from me, but the second time, her eyes remained open.
I don't believe I have any other questions. Thank you.
Are you suggesting to this jury she was faking it?
Whenever I initially arrived on scene, like I said, we were still trying to figure out what happened. The longer that I remained on scene, the more it appeared to me that she might be trying to deceive us.
Okay. So when you said to patrol right there on the scene, she's having a panic attack, that was false?
Like I said, at the current moment, that was not, because we had just arrived on scene. She was exhibiting these behaviors right then and there at first. So I did have a genuine concern at that point. The longer that we were on scene, the more it became apparent to me that she might be trying to deceive us.
Okay. Tell me why it is apparent to you that she's deceiving you right there in the front of the house.
So since then, I have been to an interviews and interrogations course. It was 40 hours. In that, we were trained on how to spot certain behaviors that indicate that someone might be trying to deceive law enforcement during an interview. One of those is change in emotion or possible fake emotion. And what I mean by that is there's instances in this where she's manic, she's screaming, she's yelling, and then she'll be calm for a while, and then out of nowhere she starts up again. Like I said, I didn't observe tears coming out of her eyes. That's another thing that they taught us. There's several instances in this where she's not making direct eye contact with us, or she's kind of closed off, which is another indicator that someone might not be telling the full truth.
So obviously in your report that you wrote a report, right?
Yes, sir.
Obviously in your report, you wrote, I had fears or concerns that she was faking this.
Not in the report, no, sir.
Okay. In other words, it's not in your report anywhere.
Correct.
Okay. And you've testified in this case before, right?
Yes, sir.
And you didn't mention it that time either?
No, sir.
Just today?
Yes, sir. For
the first time?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Want to ask you about what you could, we all can hear and see most of what you can hear and see, but I want to talk about what you could smell, okay?
Yes, sir.
You testified in this court about this before, and I asked you questions about this. I'm going to ask you questions about whether you ever smelled any alcohol or drugs coming from her person, okay?
Yeah, yes, sir.
And the answer to that is?
No, I did not smell it at the time.
You didn't smell any alcohol coming from her person. You're watching her there for about 3 hours?
Correct.
And you also transported her to the jail in the back of your vehicle?
Correct.
Nothing at all as far as odor of alcohol from her person. True?
True.
Were you responsible for searching Miss Mericle at any point as far as you can recall?
No, sir.
Do you know whether or not she had a phone on her person?
I do not know.
At some point, Miss Mericle attempts to get up and head back into the home. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
In fact, she did it kind of a couple of times. She was trying to go in there and get water, and she said things about not being able to speak until she got some water in her throat.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yes, sir.
Is that one of the fake things that they taught you about?
No, sir, that's not.
Okay. So she wants to go back in the home, and you precluded her from doing that.
Yes, sir.
And you have made it clear what the reason for that was. You felt that she could obviously contaminate the crime scene. That's one of the reasons.
Yes, sir.
Right? And as you said before, in that state of mind, she could be a danger to herself.
Yes, sir.
You've observed people in that state of mind before, and you were concerned she could be a danger to herself.
Yes, sir.
That means take her own life.
Potentially, yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
No other questions, Judge?
May this witness be excused?
No objection.
No objection.
Thank you for your testimony. You're excused.
You want to call next witness? Would you like to take a brief break?
You tell me what you'd like.
I'll
I know we spoke earlier, so.
I'll leave it up to the court. I have a few questions to ask and go through some pictures, which we do have up here before we get to the introduction of the physical evidence. So if you'd like to make some more progress before we take a break, we're certainly happy to do that.
That would be my preference, but it's your case.
The state calls Cameron Durham.
Okay. Welcome, come on up.
Yes, right here.
Do you swear affirm the testimony about to give be the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you so much. Please get comfortable, adjust the microphone. Thank you. For the record, please state your full legal name.
Cameron Durham.
Thank you.
Sergeant Durham, how long have you been in law enforcement?
I've been with the sheriff's office, so it'll be 35 years in June.
Where did you start out in law enforcement?
With Hall County.
What were you doing when you first started out in law enforcement?
I started out working in the detention center as a jailer. Worked about 18 months in the detention center, then went to patrol, worked on patrol for about 3 years, and then into CID or criminal investigations.
So how many years have you been doing criminal investigations and crime scenes?
When I was on patrol, I was doing shift crime scene. I was a shift crime scene tech. So I started doing crime scenes on patrol in around 93.
And at what point did you become a crime scene investigator and that was all you did?
I took over full-time crime scene in 2001, I believe.
How many hours of training do you have?
A little bit over 3,400 hours.
How many of that is specifically related to crime scenes?
I'd estimate between 14 and 15, maybe 1,600 hours.
How many crime scene investigations have you participated in?
Over the years, there's been probably a couple thousand.
How many death investigations have you participated in, whether they are suicide or homicide?
Suicide and homicide, probably over 500. Accidental natural deaths, probably over 800.
Do many of those investigations involve firearms?
A good bit of them do, yes.
Do you have any certifications in your connection as work as a crime scene investigator?
I'm certified through POST or the Georgia Peace Officer Standard in Training. I'm certified as a crime scene technician and as a latent print examiner.
Judge, the state tenders Sergeant Cameron Durham as an expert in crime scene investigation.
No objection to that tender.
Directing your
Hold on one
attention-
second.
Yep.
Thank you. So ordered. Members of the jury, just like any witness, it's your duty to determine credibility, whether you do or do not believe a witness. Experts, the purpose of an expert is to help the jury with things that you may not otherwise know. That being said, and no comment on this witness, an expert witness gives, you give any credibility or not credibility as you so choose. State.
Thank you, Judge. Directing your attention to the early morning hours of March 8th of 2025, did you investigate a crime scene involving a shooting at 4238 Bay Ridge Drive here in Hall County?
Yes, I did.
Did part of your duties as the crime scene investigator involve the taking of photos?
Yes.
Judge, I am going to hand Sergeant Durham what I've got marked States Exhibits 7 through 179.
I apologize. 7 through 179.
Yes, Judge.
And I trust that y'all reviewed these before trial.
Yes, correct. She just handed those to me.
Like just now? Or
we reviewed those previously, Judge.
Okay, so are we good with all those coming in, or do we need to go through every single picture?
We don't have an objection to 7 through 179. No further objections to any of those.
All right, so 7 through 179 are admitted without objection.
So I'm going to ask the witness to thumb through these and see if he recognizes these as a group.
That's fine.
pictures accurately depict photos that were taken during the investigation of the crime scene in this case?
Yes, they do.
Judge State Defenders Exhibit 7 through 179.
No further objections, 71 through 179.
Thank you.
So as part of investigating the crime scene, in addition to taking the photos, what was the very first thing that you did when you started working on this case?
Well, the photographs were taken, and you also go in and observe the scene. In this case, when I arrived at the scene, we were still waiting for a search warrant, so I went to the hospital in this incident and took photos there at the hospital and then returned back.
What observations did you make at the hospital?
The victim was at the hospital. They had already pronounced when I started doing the photographs. I observed the injuries to the body and collected the clothing there at the hospital and personal effects that he had.
Okay. And where did you go after leaving the hospital?
I went back to the scene at the residence.
Okay. So in connection with the scene, we're going to start with Exhibit 7. At some point, we're going to skip around a little bit, though. So what is this a picture of?
It's a photograph of the residence. This is a couple of days after the original call, but you can see one of the vehicles is still there. The doors are down and secured, but it's just the outside of the residence.
And then State's Exhibit 8.
Photograph of the back of the house.
State's Exhibit 9.
Photograph as that evening or that morning when I arrived on scene. You've got the garage doors up, vehicles that are parked there, and you can see the front of the house.
State's Exhibit 10.
Another photograph showing the vehicles a little clearer. You can see the open garage doors, the residence again. You can see stairwell and damage to the upstairs window.
State's Exhibit 11. What are we looking at here?
Photograph of the foyer or the staircase and the window up on the second floor, where you can see the damage to the windows.
Okay, and I'm gonna try to shine this light. It's not working on the screen. Can you, I know you're tall, so would you mind showing the jury what you're talking about as far as the windows? You can use a pointer, you can use your arm.
The entrance to the house, and then you have the window here where you can see the landing for the staircase, the second floor window, or the top floor window. You can see the two defects on the window right there.
All right, and then now we're looking at State's Exhibit 12. What is State's Exhibit 12 a picture of?
It's a close-up of the upstairs window. You can see the damage to the window. This is a through and through gunshot to the window frame or the window pane. This one, the interior glass is broken, but the exterior glass is still intact.
Did you find any projectiles associated with either of those two holes in the window?
No.
Now, State's Exhibit 13.
It's a photograph showing the entrance to the residence going into the great room.
And State's Exhibit 14.
Inside of the residence, showing the items that were there on the floor, some boxes, looks like some furniture that was to be put together.
State's Exhibit 15. What are we looking at here?
It's the backside of this would be the windows facing the back of the residence and the lake. The patio is out back, or the deck is out back.
And State's Exhibit 16.
This is standing in the living room, looking into the kitchen and dining area.
State's Exhibit 17.
Looking back on the far side, this is the area going back to the back master bedroom area.
And State's Exhibit 18.
The entrance into the master.
And State's Exhibit 19.
The master area, master bedroom area.
State's Exhibit 20.
Again, this is a different angle of the master bedroom. You see going into the master bath.
And State's Exhibit 21.
Going into the bathroom, master bathroom.
And State's Exhibit 22.
Master bathroom area.
And State's Exhibit 23. Did you note anything of interest in the master bath?
It was a cloth, a washcloth type. There on the edge of the counter.
And State's Exhibit 24.
Going back to the bathroom, to the closet bathroom areas.
State's Exhibit 25.
Closet in the master.
26.
Again, closet in the master.
Okay. And I am going to skip over this one for right now, and we're looking at State's Exhibit 28. What are we looking here at State's Exhibit 28?
You're looking at the steps going up to the landing and up to the second floor of the residence or the top floor of the residence.
And State's Exhibit 29.
Photograph of the landing. The stairs over here are going up to the top floor. Photograph of the stairs and the landing. You can see a few blood drops, some bloody footprints, light footprints.
Okay, and for the record, that was State's Exhibit 30, and then State's Exhibit 31. What are we seeing here?
You're looking, these are the footprints again, and just some blood drops on the staircase.
And State's Exhibit 32.
It's a close-up or a little bit better shot of the footprint, one of the footprints on the stairwell.
And State's Exhibit 33.
This is going up to the top. This is the walkway, the overlook into the master, or to the main level. And this is the guest bedroom doorway.
And State's Exhibit 34.
The hallway just outside of the master bedroom. You can see the shoes that are there. There's some, again, bloody footprints, a few blood drops. Over to the side, you can see one of the firearms, and you can see debris from the door inside the master bedroom or the upstairs bedroom. You can see bloody towels and part of the floor in there.
Were those towels like that when you arrived?
Yes.
What do you want? I'm trying to go to just to 35. All right, and this is the State's 35 or 36?
No, go back one.
Okay. Okay, looking at more closely now at State's 35, what are we looking at here?
You're looking at a couple of shoes, debris from the door. Inside, you can see the bloody towel. Looks like part of the handle for the hammer. And up in the center, you can see the Glock that's still resting on one of the shoes.
And then State's Exhibit 36.
36, you're just looking into the doorway here. You can see the Beretta, hammer, again, the towel, blood smears and blood that's on the floor. Again, you've got a little bit of debris from the door.
And what is your understanding of where Mr. Barron's body was found by the first responding officers?
My understanding was it was right in this area here.
And that's State's Exhibit 37. And now I want to show you State's Exhibits 38.
Again, you're looking at different angles. You got the bloody towels. This is the bathroom for this bedroom. You got blood in the floor, bloody footprints, blood drops, blood smears, and again, the Beretta and the hammer.
And State's Exhibit 39.
You got a close-up of the Beretta, the way it's laying on the floor next to the hammer.
And State's Exhibit 40.
Different angle, it shows a little bit better the hammer there with the Beretta that's on the floor.
And as far as you know, had those items been moved prior to you taking the pictures? And State's Exhibit 41.
You got, again, the Beretta and the hammer. Over here was a satchel. You got bloody footprints, blood drops in the floor, blood going up into the bathroom area, bloody footprints again, blood on the walls there.
State's Exhibit 42.
It's moving back away from the other photograph. The door to the bathroom again is over here. And you're looking at the blood drops in this area, bloody footprints. This is the edge of the bed. You got some blood drops on the edge of the spread, a little bit up at the top.
Okay, and let's look at, okay, State's Exhibit 43. What are we looking at here in regards to the drops of blood?
You just got a smudge over here, a smear, heavy blood smear. You've got drops that are coming over here. You got the bloody footprints coming in front of the bed. These areas right here look like they had blood in them at one time, but you can see the smear that transfer across them. You still got the outline of the blood drops, but a lot of the blood is moved or wiped away.
And backing up, I heard you say transfer. Can you explain to the jury what you mean by transfer?
What you're looking at, you see the outline right here, and you see how these blood drops are full. This is where it looks like something came across and transferred or wiped the blood away that had actually been in here. The heavier blood drops were disturbed by something.
And can you tell us anything about the drops of blood that are on the corner of the bedspread and then below that and then over to the left?
The blood drops that are coming down right in here look like they're passive. They're pretty heavy blood drops. They're larger, but they're passive. They're just dropping. There's no direction with them. And it's similar to this right here where you've got the edge of the bedspread where they're hitting and running down the edge of the bedspread, but they're just heavier blood drops.
And when you say the blood it's dropping, what exactly do you mean by the blood is dropping?
When the blood is dropping, if you've got it dripping off of something or if it's dripping off of an arm, whatever, if you don't have any motion with it, if you're not throwing or casting with it to get direction to it, if it's just passively falling or dropping, the blood is just going to be dripping from the object or the extremity that's dripping from. So what you're looking at, these are rounded, more of a 90-degree blood drop just falling straight down versus something that's been cast or has force to it that will cause it to go at an angle.
Okay, and so what is your opinion about these blood drops on the floor?
They're just dripping from something that's got a good bit of blood on it. Like I said, I mean, they're pretty heavy drops. And you can see they've been in here as well. So there's something that's got a heavier concentration of blood on it versus something that's just got a little bit of blood that's starting to drip or fall.
Okay. And then looking at State's Exhibit 44, what are we looking at here in this picture?
back from the corner a little bit over here by the edge of the bed. You can see a holster that's right here. You can see the blood drops right here on the edge of the bedspread, the blood drops that were on the floor, the bloody footprints. You got the smudge of the smear right here, one of the towels. Over here, you got the towel and the Beretta and the hammer again. Blood drops here are blood on the wall, a little bit of blood up here, and also you have the impact point from a projectile that came through.
And then State's Exhibit 45.
A little bit better shot of the holster up on the bed. Bloody footprints again. The smear, one of the towels, just a little bit better angle. You can see a little bit of motion in the blood right in through here. One of the live rounds that was found is right here.
Okay. And then State's Exhibit 46.
The holster that's up on the bed, you see blood drops that are here around it. Blood drops down here on the edge of the spread again.
And tell us about the blood drops. What sort of blood drops are on the bed?
Most of these look like they're still the same. You've got the blood drops here and here. Most of them are rounded. You're striking a fabric, so it could change the pattern a little bit, but most of them are more of a passive fall instead of anything that's cast and has movement to it.
So how might blood spatters like this, in your opinion, have gotten on the bedspread?
It's just dripping from something that's got blood on it. It could have been from a towel. It could have been from, I would say it'd have to be something that's absorbed a good bit of the blood, because you do have quite a few blood drops, but more than likely it's just dripping from an object.
And looking at State's Exhibit 47, I think that you had just mentioned earlier that you saw a live round on the floor.
Yes. One of the live rounds is right here.
Okay. Which gun did that live round, which gun do you associate that live round with?
The live rounds that were in the bedroom floor, both were a hollow point Hornady, and the Hornady ammunition was inside the Beretta.
And State's Exhibit 48, what are we looking at here?
This is the other round, live round that's laying up near the towel.
And is that also that's one of the rounds, a Hornady round?
Hornady, yes.
Associated with the Beretta?
Yes. And this is the other Hornady round that was laying over on the side. This one you can see is, tell both of them, these are the hollow point rounds versus a full metal jacket.
Okay. And for the record, this is State's 49. And can you explain to the jury, I know some of our jurors know a lot about guns, but some of them don't. Can you explain to the jury the difference between a full metal jacket and a hollow point?
Full metal jacket is just a lead core that has a full jacket around it, a copper jacket or a metal jacket. It keeps it intact. It's just basically a rounded projectile. The hollow point, you can see in this one, see how it's flattened out. It's got the little hole in the front. It's got the little cuts. The hollow points are designed to open up on impact instead of being just something that's just going to go through. It's designed to open up and be more effective as far as stopping valve.
Now, looking at State's Exhibit 50, I'm going to thumb through them real quick. 51, 52, 53, and 54. What are we looking at here, and what was significant to you in this picture, in these pictures?
You're looking at the footprints and the blood that's on the floor going into the bathroom. There was not any blood that we were able to detect on the toilet or on the handle, but on the floor around it and in front of the vanity or the sink, you had the bloody footprints.
And based on what you learned in your investigation, why were those bloody footprints in that bathroom of significance to you as a crime scene investigator?
The towels could have come from in there, but it also, when we went back and found the shell casings and rounds inside the septic system, it would indicate to me that that's where the rounds are flushed down the toilet.
And State's Exhibit 55.
What you got is the photograph of the door. You can see the damage to the side of the door right here where the projectile came through. Projectile came through at the door. It struck the corner of the wall, and you can see where it went in, exited, and then you've got a little bit of blood that's on the wall. Smear consistent with a handprint.
And then State's Exhibit 56.
You can see a little bit better photograph of the door. The door handle is here. Exit is here. You've got damage from the hammer, and again, the wall where you have the entrance and the exit. Blood spatter on the wall and bloody handprint.
And just backing up 1 minute now, you said you can see the doorknob, and then you said you can see the exit. Can you explain to the jury what you mean by the exit?
I'm sorry, the defect? Okay, sorry. The entrance again, exit, the defect on the door, you can see this is where the edge of the door got pushed out from where the projectile came through. The impact up here from the hammer.
So are we looking at the inside of the door as if you were standing inside the bedroom and looking out?
Out, yes.
Okay.
This is the back side of the door.
Okay. And then State's Exhibit 57. What are you measuring here?
Measuring the height from the floor to where the, again, the impact from the projectile, impact from the hammer. And even in this, you can see a little bit of blood that's on the door as well. But you can see the damage to the door handle. And you can see where it's framed in with the little offset wall that goes into the bathroom.
Okay, and what room are you standing in when you're taking that picture? Or when that picture is being taken?
It's in the bedroom where the victim was found.
And so I see that the door is turned open. So
That's the front side of the door.
that's the front side of the door as if it had been closed.
Yes.
Okay, just wanted to make sure of that. Okay. And then State's Exhibit 58.
You look again, the measurements just showing the height of the impact of the projectile, where the handle is, and again, you can see the damage to the door.
State's 59.
You're looking at the impacts again from the hammer, a little bit of the blood, but you're looking at the entrance from the projectile.
And State's Exhibit 59.
Just the edge of the door where you can see where the damage was, where the projectile popped a little bit of the door out.
Oh, this is State's Exhibit 60.
But again, it's just the impact right here. You can see the impact of the wall where it came through the door and then impacted the wall. The damage right here, the little paint transfers where the door was shifted out with the projectile when it went through.
And State's Exhibit 61.
Got the door closed again, but you can see again the side damage where the projectile came through. And a close up of the damage.
Okay, and that's in State's Exhibit 62. Or were you going to say something?
I was just going to say you can still see the impact to the edge of the wall and then the door, edge of the door.
And State's Exhibit 63.
The measurements showing where the impact to the wall, where this is the projectile where it came through the door and it traveled over, struck the edge of the wall to the corner of the wall and came through.
And so what was your measurement there of the impact to the wall?
That was right at 48 inches.
Okay, and going back to States Exhibit 63, what measurement did you get as far as the projectile?
It's right there at about 46 and a half.
Any sort of an angle of the projectile as it traveled through the door and into the wall?
The projectile came in at an angle of about 64 degrees with an upward trajectory of about 7 degrees. Just a slight upward angle with an impact or an angle coming in and sideways to the wall.
Okay, and then States Exhibit 65.
It's a photograph showing a trajectory rod where it goes through the path of the projectile where it came through the door, struck the edge of the wall, and traveled through.
And States Exhibit 66.
Close up where you can see a little bit better detail. You can see where it came through right at the edge of the door, and then came up, struck the wall, exited out.
States Exhibit 67.
And this is looking back at the path that it would have taken through the edge of the wall.
States Exhibit 68.
The opening door is slightly ajar in this one, but you can see where the impact would have hit. This is just showing the defect or the transfer, paint transfer on the edge of the door. And again, a different angle, but showing the trajectory where it came through the door, through the corner of the wall.
Okay, and that's States 69. Now States Exhibit 70.
It's a close-up shot showing the transfer from the paint and the defect. You can see where the door's not completely intact anymore. Now it's damaged, just not completely together, but this is the transfer from where it was pushed over and struck the edge of the door frame.
Okay. Now, in addition to the defects you saw from the gun that was fired at the door and into the room, did you see any defects going in any other direction?
Yes, on the.
Okay, so I'm showing you States Exhibit 71. What are we looking at here?
This one shows, this is the defect of that short little wall again, but you can look out here, you can see this marker where it's got one of the defects in the glass. This marker where it shows the defect on the edge of the wood. Another impact and impact on the picket, metal picket, and on the wood banister.
So States Exhibit 72.
Is a lighter photograph, it's easier to see, but again, you got the damage here showing the door frame. The damage to the glass you can't see because this one is a lighter photograph, but this is an impact where it looked like a projectile was tumbling and struck the edge of the wall. And right here is the defect on the handrail, and right here is the metal picket. This got a defect on it from an impact.
And just to be clear, the defect on the wall on the inside of the room, is that associated with these other defects that you've been talking about?
This one is the one that came into
Okay.
the room. These are ones that are outside, and this is on the hallway. That's the picket, metal picket, and this is the banister that goes downstairs to the landing we looked at earlier, and this is that exterior wall.
Okay, and then States Exhibit 73.
Close up showing the damage to the picket. You can see where it was struck right here.
And States Exhibit 74.
That's the back side of the picket. This is where the metal peeled and came in this direction. If you're looking at it, that one is actually where the metal peels out and comes in. It faces down the hallway on the upstairs.
And then States Exhibit 75.
That's the impact point to the handrail or the
And State's Exhibit 76.
And you're looking at the impact here. That spot on the wall is where it impacted a projectile that was tumbling, impacted there. This is the impact that was through and through, that went through the interior pane and the exterior pane. This is the broken glass on the interior pane of glass where it didn't penetrate and go through the outside pane.
Okay. Do you know any idea where that one went?
The one that went completely through?
No, the one on that didn't penetrate.
No. The one that impacted the wall and the one that went and busted the interior pane, there were fragments found, but not really any large sections of the lead cores that were found.
Now, do you have any opinion about whether these, the defects to the metal railing, the wood railing, and then these impacts on the door and the glass, how many projectiles they came from?
I'm thinking probably 3. If you've got one round that completely goes through, okay, it goes through the glass and out somewhere in the house. The impact that you have here, and I think you have some closer shots of it, but you can actually see.
Okay, this is State's Exhibit 72 for the record. The 77, thank you guys, my glasses are 77.
This is the one that's through and through, the interior glass and the exterior glass. The one that hit here could be a fragment of one of the projectiles. This one hits with a good bit of force. It hits the wood right there and leaves a nice indention. And the indention is to the point where you can actually see the crimping on the projectile. So to me, that one would have to have a little bit of weight with it.
So zoom in on that one.
This one right here, where the crimping, line of crimping is right there where it holds the hollow point together. You see, this has got the line right here with the crimping in it. So this is a pretty heavy impact, but you can tell the projectile is tumbling. It's not coming in straight. It's going in at an angle. The metal picket, the way the picket was peeled back into the side, you've got a lot of fragments that go down the hallway, but they're very small fragments. The impact right there is pretty heavy, so I'm thinking that may be from a projectile that comes through, strikes the handrail, and then starts to tumble and hits here. So the glass that broke on the interior pane was struck by a smaller object that had enough force to break the interior glass but not penetrate and go outside. But like I said, probably, I'm not sure if 2 would have done that or 1 round would have done this and damage to the window. You've got 1 round that goes completely through, 1 round that hits here, and the other round looks like it was fragmented down the hallway because the way the metal tears, it goes down, basically projecting the fragments down the hall and into the ceiling.
So State's Exhibit 79.
That's the through and through on the glass where it goes through both panes.
And just outside the house?
Yes.
And then State's Exhibit 80.
This is the one that hit and broke the interior, but it didn't go through the outside.
State's Exhibit 81.
Is damage to the globes, and that could have been done from any of the fragments coming through where it was fragmented.
And State's Exhibit 82.
A daylight shot, this one shows the through and through. Again, this one shows the projectile that was tumbling and struck.
And State's Exhibit 83.
That's where the original break was here. The rest of the break I did trying to get down and look inside the pane, between the panes, to see if we could find any more of the projectile. But that's the one that didn't exit completely.
And then State's Exhibit 84.
A small defect that was near the impact on the wall. just at the edge of the frame, the glass frame.
How might that impact have occurred?
It was going to be probably from one of the projectiles, the fragmenting from the projectiles.
And State's Exhibit 85.
That's the one where it struck the side. Again, you can see the crimping a little bit better in this one. But it shows that the projectile struck the wall at an angle or sideways versus straight in. So that one was tumbling at the time that it impacted.
And State's Exhibit.
That's the small defect at the edge of the pane, just the chip in the wood and the fracture in the glass.
And then State's Exhibit 87.
This is looking down from the, if you want to call it the landing at the top or the hallway into the great room downstairs. These are markers where it's showing fragments, projectile fragments here, and then you've got the fragment that's over here on top of the chair.
Is that what we're looking at here in State's Exhibit 88?
Yes. And this one, I mean, you can see the crimping again, and you can see this is the jacket from the hollow point, but that was more of the, just the copper, the metal jacket. It didn't really contain any of the lead cord that would have the weight. This is more just the copper where it would have traveled further.
So when you're talking about crimping from the hollow point, are you referring to the Hornady bullets?
Yes,
And those came out of which shell?
the Beretta. Again, photographs showing smaller fragments.
Okay, so that's State's Exhibit 89. And then in State's Exhibit 90, what are we looking at?
This is a section of the copper jacket. Again, another section of the copper jacket.
In State's Exhibit 91,
Close up showing the jacket,
State's Exhibit 92,
showing both sections of the jacket there.
State's Exhibit 93.
Another close up showing a portion of the jacket.
Okay, is that a different, is that different from State's Exhibit 91?
I think just the angle.
Okay. So I'm seeing two pictures, two fragments here.
Correct.
Okay. And then State's Exhibit 93.
Just different angle showing the fragment.
And then State's Exhibit 94.
This is the, if you're looking, stairwell is here, the hallway going down in front of the great room is this hallway here. This is that banister that overlooks the great room downstairs. You've got markers up on the ceiling, just showing where you've got small sections of fragment that struck.
And State's Exhibit 95.
Fragments and little fragments in the wall at the far end.
So now we're looking down the hallway. What's at the end of the hall? Is that the bedroom where the shooting happened, or is that a
this
different?
this is the opposite side of the house. This is the other bedroom. This is the stairwell that goes down to the landing that we've been looking at in front of the great, the large windows.
And then State's Exhibit 96.
And this one, this is that same stairway where it goes downstairs. This is the phone that was located, and you've got small sections of the fragments that are there in the floor as well.
And State's Exhibit 97.
The cell phone that was on scene. It's a better photograph later on of the same phone.
And any idea what we're looking at as far as the discoloration on?
It does have blood on it.
All right, and is that
That's
front of the
just
phone?
the front of the phone.
Okay, that's State's Exhibit 99. State's Exhibit
This is
100.
This one's going back and is showing another fragment that was located.
And then State's Exhibit 101.
Same fragment, another fragment that's located over here. Yeah, and this is in the upstairs hallway overlooking the great room.
Okay, and then State's Exhibit 102.
That's the photograph that you saw just a second ago by the handrail. This is a section of, or a fragment of one of the projectiles.
And States Exhibit 103.
Okay. The impact points locations up in the ceiling across the hallway.
And 104.
Close up of one of the impact points of the ceiling.
States Exhibit 105.
Closer shot, upstairs ceiling.
States Exhibit 106.
Different, let's see, the shape of the fragment in this one versus the opposite.
States Exhibit 107.
Just the locations where they're marked with the markers on the ceiling.
And then States Exhibit 109.
Upstairs ceiling, again, another impact point.
And States Exhibit 110.
You have a fragment that's on the floor here and another section up here where you've got a fragment that struck the wall.
And is this still the far side of the hallway opposite from the room where the shooting happened?
Yes.
States Exhibit 111.
Another fragment from the floor.
States Exhibit 112.
That's the one that was at the end of the hallway.
113.
Different angle, but the fragment in the hallway.
114.
Another section of the, this looks like it's got a little bit more of the lead core in it that we were talking about versus the copper jack.
States Exhibit 115.
That's near the guardrail, but again, it looks like it's got a little bit more of the copper lead in it instead of the copper.
States Exhibit 116.
Different angle, another one of the fragments that was upstairs.
Right. And I'm going to skip these two for a second, and I'm going to ask you about States Exhibit 119.
That's the Beretta that was on the floor, as showing the photograph of the gun with the magazine removed, and you can see the live rounds up in this one. You can see these are the hollow point rounds.
And then States Exhibit 120.
That's a photograph of the shell casing that was still in the chamber of the Beretta.
Is that unusual to find a spent shell casing in the chamber of a gun?
It's not unusual. I mean, it happens. It just indicates the gun was not, when it was fired, you have to have resistance with a semi-automatic. The recoil has to actually function the gun, but the slide has to come back and eject the round out or the shell casing out for a new round to be loaded in. If you don't have a lot of pressure on it, if you're not holding it tightly, forcing it out, when the slide comes back, if your hand comes back with it, you don't get a proper function of the firearm. The slide won't come completely back and eject the round, so you still have a shell casing inside the gun.
If a gun is fired properly, how is the shell casing ejected normally?
The shell casing, when you have the force against it, the slide will operate and come back. The shell casing is ejected and a new round is put in.
So looking at States Exhibit 121, what are we looking at here?
You're looking at the photograph of the Glock that was outside the doorway to the bedroom.
And what's the little object fragment or thing that's next to the gun there on the floor?
Yeah. That's part of the door.
And States Exhibit 122.
And this is the Glock again, about to be unloaded.
States Exhibit 123.
Got the magazine pulled out of the firearm at this point.
And States Exhibit 124.
That was the round that was inside the chamber. And you can see the difference in this one. Where the other one had the hollow points, you see how this one's got the full metal jacket around it. It's just a rounded top instead of having the hollow point.
And now I'm gonna skip forward to 133, and we're gonna come back and cover those in a minute. Looking at states 133, what are we looking at here?
This is the Beretta the loaded magazine and the shell casing that was inside the chamber.
Now, did you try to get any fingerprints off of the Beretta?
No.
And why in a situation like this would you decide to not get?
Well, there was no real question about who was handling firearms, whether it was what time of the day, earlier in the day or then. Plus, you've got a lot of blood on the guns. The blood's going to get rid of any fingerprints that are there. I mean, it's going to cover over anything. To get a decent fingerprint, the texture on here, the texture up here, those areas you're not going to be able to get a fingerprint because they're going to break up the rich detail in the fingerprint. So the smoother surfaces on the gun right in here, you might have been able to get fingerprints off of, but the majority of it had blood on it. And so we didn't process.
And then States Exhibit 134.
So a photograph just showing the serial numbers, and it shows the safety was off when the gun was recovered.
And States Exhibit 135.
The serial numbers on the firearm, along with the, see the end of the barrel, and this is the portion of the slide.
And States Exhibit 136.
It just shows that there's blood around the magazine well, or the magazine of the Beretta.
States Exhibit 137.
This is a photograph of the Glock. Once it was boxed, you've got the live rounds that were taken out of the magazine and the one live round that came from the chamber.
And States Exhibit 138.
Shows the capacity on the magazine is a 10-round magazine.
And then States Exhibit 139.
Those are the live rounds that were found in the floor in the upstairs bedroom. Again, you can see a better picture of it. You can see how these are the hollow points. And the crimping I was talking about earlier, you can see where it's crimped, has a little pattern in it to keep the jacket on the core.
And Judge, this might be a good time to take a break to get some of the physical evidence from downstairs.
No, come on up. All right, we'll take a 15-minute break. Thank you. Thank you. Defense, it's not that big a deal. I assume that those firearms on the ground are some sort of demonstrative evidence.
Correct. They've already checked.
I understand. Can we put them somewhere other than just sitting there? Thank you. All right, see you in 15 minutes.
If we get
If you want to put them in that box,
in the box,
I'm fine with that.
just in. Okay.
Not just sitting on the floor.
They had asked me to keep it out because they didn't want me to.
I'll leave it between y'all.
Okay.
No, you're good. Don't worry.
I just don't like stuff that's sitting on the floor.
I got you.
Thank you.
I'm going in here with it.
I'll get it from you tonight.
You're watching at Southern Sin, your new home for true crime. Smash that like button now. We'll be right back.
Hit us in the chat if you think the defendant is guilty or not guilty. Thank you for subscribing to At Southern Sin. Keep our algorithm high by hitting the like button now and use hashtag sinners in the chat to win a free membership.
You're watching at Southern Sin, your new home for true crime. Smash that like button now. We'll be right back. Court is on a short break. Don't go anywhere. The action will be right back on at Southern Sin.
All right, welcome back. Let's go ahead and bring the jury back. Thank you. All right, welcome back. Thank you so much. Y'all can be seated. Thank you. All right, we'll be continuing with direct examination.
Thank you, Judge. So if we could look back at the screen, we had State's Exhibit 139 up, which is the 2 live rounds from the upstairs bedroom. Is that correct?
Yes.
And now, what I've got marked State's Exhibit 183. Do you recognize this?
Yes, ma'am.
And what is that?
This is going to be the 2 live rounds from the upstairs bedroom.
And was this collected by you?
Yes.
Judge, the State Defender's Exhibit 183 is evidence.
No further objection to 183.
Admitted.
And can you open the box and show the jury?
The 2
Judge,
rounds.
can I publish?
Yes.
So now moving forward to State's Exhibit 140, what are we looking at here?
You're looking at photographs of the shell casings in the live round that were located in the septic line at the residence.
And State's Exhibit 141.
Again, it's a little bit better focus, but you can see the 2 different type rounds, or the shell casings, and then the live round, the Hornady round, a Hornady shell case, and a JAG shell casing.
Can you step down and point out for the jury which items are shell casings and which items are live rounds?
The live round is right here. You can see it's not got a primer strike or a firing pin strike on the primer. And again, it says Hornady on it, Hornady round, primer strike with the firing pin, the jag round, and the primer strike. Again, these are the shell casings, live round.
And so just to make sure, just for the people that aren't super clear about guns, what's the difference between the live round and the shell casing?
Live round is intact, it will fire. The shell casing, this has already been fired. The projectile is out of it, the gunpowder is out of it. It's just what's left after the trigger's pulled and the projectile is sent out the barrel.
And now State's Exhibit 142.
Lawyer's approach, please. Thank you. All right, thank you so much.
So looking at State's Exhibit 142, where did y'all find that?
This is the live round that came from the upstairs. It's the septic line that comes out of the toilet and comes through. This is above the kitchen area. It's located in that drain that was there. So this one came from upstairs where the other ones came from the septic line out of the basement, or near, in the basement.
And can we flip to Thank you. All right, so looking at State's Exhibit 27, which has been previously admitted, what is that a picture of?
This is the septic, or the line that comes from the upstairs bathroom. And you can see this is where it's being cut open so we could get inside to it. This is the live round that was in the pipe that was still upstairs in the, out of the bathroom from the.
And why is the location of this live round in this pipe significant to you?
The pipe, or the live round in this pipe, is right outside the, where the bedroom was, where the incident occurred. You've got the bathroom that we were looking at where the bloody footprints and everything were. This is the line that directly fed to that toilet. This is coming out of that bathroom above the kitchen before it drops down into the rest of the system.
So could that item have been flushed in the toilet downstairs and arrived in that pipe?
No, that's upstairs. It would have to be upstairs.
Now I'm gonna flip back to 143. All right, I think you said these are.
These are the photographs from the septic line from going out of the residence. This was the live round that was down there. This is the Hornady spent round or shell casing, and this is the Jag shell casing or spent round.
So when you say they were found from the line going outside of the residence, is that a different location than State's Exhibit 27 that we were looking at earlier?
These were found at the basement level coming out versus the upstairs, the first, or the one we just looked at that was inside the pipe. That was upstairs coming out of the bathroom from that same bedroom where the incident occurred, just before it dropped down into the rest of the septic system.
And then State's Exhibit 144.
That is the photograph of the live round. That one's in focus. The spent shell casings are out of focus, but you can see that one's the Hornady spent shell casing, and the one that we just looked at was the live round. This is the Jag spent shell casing. That was the full metal jacket.
Okay, and just for the record, we just flipped from 145 to 146. And then State's Exhibit 147.
That's the live round that came out of the system above the kitchen, right out of the upstairs bathroom.
So that's the round that came out of the pipe that we saw earlier.
Yes.
And then State's Exhibit 148.
Just a photograph showing the Hornady on it. That is the full metal, or the hollow point instead of full metal jacket.
Okay, and now I'm going to go back to State's Exhibit 129.
Okay, that's a photograph showing the clothing from the defendant that was left there at the scene.
And 130,
The jacket or the clothing from the defendant again.
131,
Clothing from the defendant, just a different angle of the jacket or hoodie.
and 132.
The bottom of the shoes that were located outside the bedroom upstairs.
Did you locate any blood on the bottom of their shoes?
I didn't observe any on the bottom. There was a couple of drops on the top of them, but nothing on the bottom.
And I'm going to tender State's Exhibit, or ask you about it. If you want to, we show you State's Exhibit 184. And I'm going to ask you to put your gloves on for this one.
These are the clothes from that you just saw in the photograph.
And Judge, the state tenders Exhibit 184.
Did you say where he got them from?
Oh, where did you get them from?
These were there at the residence.
And are your initials on that bag?
Yes, they were.
Okay. No further objection.
Maybe publish under the jury.
I'm sorry, what number are we at?
184, Judge.
184 is in, and you may publish.
Can everyone see those all right? Okay, thank you. All right, and can you hold up that first sleeve and tell us if you see anything on that sleeve?
The stain on the sleeve consistent with blood.
Is everyone here all right, or do I need to?
I'm sorry.
All right. You want to go ahead and put that back in the bag? Thank you. All right, now we're going to go to the photograph, which is State's Exhibit 125. What is this a picture of?
That's the black nylon holster that was on top of the bed.
And then 126.
Close-up shot that just gives a little bit more detail of the holster.
And 127.
Backside of the holster,
And 128.
strap of the holster.
And I'm showing you what's marked State's Exhibit 185. You tell me if you recognize this item.
Yes, ma'am.
And
It's the Uncle Mike's nylon holster that was on the bed.
the same one that we're looking at in the picture.
Yes.
And where did you recover that?
It was on top of the bed in the bedroom where the incident occurred.
And when you recovered it, what did you do with it?
It was packaged and eventually processed. Blood samples were taken from it, or collected from it. It was processed with a blood agent.
As far as chain of custody, did you take that, did you seal that up, or are your initials on that?
Yes, they are.
Judge, the state tenders Exhibit 185.
No objection to 185.
Admitted.
Now we're going to skip to Exhibit 149. Now, regarding the holster, did you perform any tests on it at a later time after you took it into evidence?
There were presumptive tests that we did on it, yes, for blood. And then later on, we did a treatment where we sprayed it with a blood reagent called Blue Star. You can see small areas on the holster when we were looking at it that appeared to be blood. But with the Blue Star, you're able to see the blood on the darker surfaces.
Okay, before we talk about the Blue Star, let me ask you, you said you took some swabs?
Yes.
And tell us what the purpose of taking the swabs, what was the purpose for that?
The swabs are just taken to show the blood on it to confirm whether it is blood, or also to have typing done on it if we need to have that done.
Okay. And how do you take the swab and what do you do with it?
It's a sterile swab. You collect it using distilled water to dampen the swab. If you've got what you think is a blood sample, you're going to swab that area down, get your blood sample on the swab, and then you're going to seal it and send it in for testing.
Okay. And so I'm going to show you what I've got marked State's Exhibit 196. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
And are your initials on that?
Yes, they are.
And is this a swab that you took?
Yes.
And Judge's State Tenders Exhibit 196.
Just a second, Judge.
That's 196.
No further objection, 196.
196 admitted.
And can you open the box and just show the jury what the swab looks like?
You got the swabs that are protected with a little plastic cap. Once you take your sample, you just push that into place and lock it in to help preserve it.
And now after you took the swab, then what did you do with it?
They were turned into property and evidence in case we needed to have them tested.
Okay, and did you send them to the crime lab for testing?
I believe we did send them in.
And since we're talking about swabs, I'm going to show you what I've got marked as State's Exhibit 197. Do you recognize that?
Yes, ma'am.
And what is that?
This is a swab that was taken from the inside the Beretta magazine. Well, where the magazine fits up into it, there was a swab that was taken from there.
Okay, so from inside it?
Yes.
Inside the gun? Okay, and so what did you do with that item?
It was also turned over for testing.
Okay, when you took the swab, what did you do with the swab?
The same thing. It was preserved, turned over to property and evidence, and then later sent to GBI.
So when you say preserved, do you mean that you put it in the box and that you sealed it?
Sealed it and put it in the box, and yes.
Okay. Judge, the state tenders Exhibit 197.
Further objection to 197.
Admitted.
Now I want to ask you some more about the holster. So flipping back to 149 and then going to State's Exhibit 150, what are we looking at here?
What you're looking at is the photograph before and after it was treated with Blue Star, before it was sprayed with the blood reagent.
Okay, so 149.
That's just before it was sprayed, and this is it after it was sprayed.
So how does the Blue Star work?
What you're going to do is you're going to turn off the lights. The Blue Star or the chemical reagent is going to react with the blood that's on the object that you're trying to look at. In this case, it's the holster. Where you've got the blue lighting up, that's where you're going to have the blood that you can't really see. It's hard to see because it's on the dark surface or because it's gotten into the fabric. So once you treat it with the Blue Star reacts with the blood, and you get the chemical luminescence that where you get the blue reaction. So what you're looking at where the blue areas are, that's the blood.
Okay. And then State's Exhibit 151.
That's going to be the backside of the holster before it was sprayed and then after it was sprayed.
Okay, so 152 is after. And so what does that indicate to you?
Where the blue is reacting or where you see the blue on the holster, you're going to have the blood.
And so what is that we're seeing that's kind of not on the holster, like to the sides of the holster?
That's a little bit of the runoff from the chemistry. When you're spraying it down, you're spraying it in the dark. So you're putting the chemical on there. And that's a little bit of the overspray where you have it running off of the item that you're examining.
And so looking at State's Exhibit 153 and then comparing it with State's Exhibit 154, what are we seeing here in this photo?
You're looking where it's moved a little bit, where it wouldn't be inside or wouldn't have the runoff next to it. You're looking at the same area, the blood reaction.
And what can you tell us in regard to the snap area?
The snap area did have the blood on if you go back to the one before this, maybe two. The snap, the little buckle area right through here, you can see that's the outside of it where it's going to have blood on the outside of the snap.
And can you, you have 185, the holster up there?
Yes.
Okay, can you take that out of the case, please? And show the jury, if you could come a little closer to the jury and show them how it, show them how it snaps.
It's just a nylon holster. You're going to have the belt area where it attaches into the belt if you carry it on a belt. The weapon is going to fit down inside the holster, and the safety snap on it is just going to come in and snap into place. But when it's in place like this, keeps the gun in place, and then to pop it, just unstrap it, pull the gun out.
All right, and so then looking at picture, let's see, 152. What's the significance of there being blood on the inside of the snap?
You've got just where you've reached in and where you have to pop the snap on it. You've got blood on the inside as well.
And so now I'm going to go to 157. We're going to change gears here for a second. Show us what we're looking at in State's Exhibit 157.
It's a overall photograph showing the doorway that goes into the bedroom. What you've got is a trajectory rod. This is the impact point that we looked at earlier that's on the metal picket itself. This is the impact point that's on the handrail coming down the stairs. The trajectory rod is lined up there to show both of those are almost on the same level or pretty close to the same level. And it just shows the height coming out of the master bedroom area where the projectiles would have been traveling from.
So when you have that one rod coming through like that, are you trying to say that's from one projectile, or could it be from more than one projectile?
It could be from more than one. I'm not saying that that's exactly the same one. It just shows the level is similar coming out of the room. This is the one where, remember, you've got the metal where it peels off and actually looks like it goes, points in the direction down the hallway. And then this is the one that impacted, and you can see a little bit of the twist in the impact point on the handrail.
And then looking at State's Exhibit 158, what does that?
This is when we're looking at the door.
Okay, let me see. Let me go back then to. Okay. Looking at State's Exhibit 156 in connection with 157, what are we looking at here in 156?
You're looking at the same dowel rod through the impact or at the impact points. Again, it shows they are in a general line, but you've got the levels are similar when it comes through the door. One is down on the handrail just a little bit below, but the other one impacts up here. So it just shows the impact points are on the same general level or path.
Based on your observations at the scene, do you have an opinion about where the Beretta was positioned when it was fired?
It would have had to have been low to the floor, something along that height in order to get the impacts there. If you say that that was made by the same projectile, the same round, then you can see how close it is, how level it is. If this one was made by one round and this was made by a separate round, it just shows that they are coming across the same general height. You've only got one impact point with each if you're looking at them as individual rounds.
So at least one round was as low as you're showing there in that round, or in that photo with that rod.
One impact hit, I think it was 14 inches or so off the ground. Hit the metal picket at approximately 14 inches. And if you continue along that path, this is in the same general height coming out of the bedroom.
So are you estimating that the Beretta was about 14 inches off the ground when it was fired, or something else?
It would be, I would say, roughly 14 inches off.
Did you prepare a diagram about the path of the projectiles going from the upstairs bedroom outward?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm going to go to State's Exhibit 180. I'm going to go ahead and hand you both of these, but I'm only going to ask you about 180 right now. Do you recognize what you're looking at in State's Exhibit 180?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
It's the diagram that I made for the report.
And Judge of State Tenders Exhibit 180?
No further objection to 180.
Judge, can
Admitted.
we publish it, Judge?
Yes.
It's in the evidence folder under diagrams. Okay. So look at the first one. There we go. Thank you. That's perfect. Can you step down and explain to the jury the items that were significant to you in this diagram?
What you have in this diagram, this is just the hall balcony coming down. This is the steps. There's no steps going down past this. I just basically giving you a rough idea. But the door frame, you got a opening of approximately 30 inches there. You've got a frame to the wall of 6.5 inches. The offset that we've been looking at is 12 inches where it comes back. The projectile came through and hit this door or hit the panel. This is the wall panel that we've been talking about. You've got the general measurements, the hall to the end of the bedroom wall, the closed bedroom door to the inside of the banister, and the wall to the edge of the banister. This area right here, the little star indicates one of the impact points. Another impact point here, the impact point here on the wall, the impact point through the glass, and the impact point on the glass.
Okay. And then I want you to take a look at State's Exhibit 1. Actually, we are going to one second. We're not going to talk about that one right now. I want to go ahead, if you could, you can step back down, and I want to ask you, did you take a closer look at the door to the guest room?
Yes.
And so looking at State's Exhibit 158, what are we looking at here?
You've got the door, this right here. You got a couple of scales that are in it just to that we had there when we were doing the photographs. But this is your impact point where it went through the front of the door, through the edge and into the bedroom. You're just looking at the angle that we were looking at to get the angle coming from is about 64 degrees. That's if the door is standing here in front of you, the shot is being fired at about a 64-degree angle coming from the left, traveling to the right.
And then State's Exhibit 159.
With this one, you're looking at the trajectory rod that's still through the door. You've got a angle finder that's placed on it. And you're looking at an angle somewhere between 5 and 7 degrees. There's a little bit of a tilt in it because the panels not really pushed in because the door is kind of falling apart from the impacts. When you push it back together, it gets a little bit closer to a 5-degree incline.
Okay. And then State's Exhibit 160.
It's a photograph with a trajectory rod, and you can see what we were talking about where the section is started to fall off.
What's the blue thing in your hand?
It's just a forceps or tweezers that I'm using to hold it in place where my fingers are not blocking the photograph.
Okay, and then 161?
The height measurements again This one, you've got the door that's completely resting on the ground, so you have to have a little bit of a compensation in it, but it just gives the general height again from the bottom of the door to where the impact point was.
Okay. So did you have a different measurement when you were measuring the door at the actual scene?
Yes, you had the door is still up on the hinges, so it's up off the ground just a little bit or off the floor. So it's a slight difference in the.
And then States Exhibit 162.
Just showing the width of the door, trying to press it back together and show us about 1.5 inches.
And 163.
Again, this is just trying to show the height of the impact with the door, but again, it's on the ground.
164.
And showing the distance from the impact point to the top of the door handle.
And looking at States 165, what is the distance of the impact?
Look at about a little bit over 8 inches or right at 8 inches from the top of the door handle or the door mechanism to the impact point.
Okay, so you're saying that the bullet went into the door 8 inches above the doorknob?
Yes.
Okay. And then looking at States Exhibit 166, what are we looking at here?
You're looking at a photograph of the door panel. This is going to be the outside of the door facing into the hallway. And what you're looking at is a little bit of the stippling that you see around here where it impacted on the door.
And can you tell the jury what stippling is?
Stippling is when the projectile is fired through the end of the gun barrel, you've got unburned powder, a little bit of trace metals, different residue that travel with the projectile. As those travel out, they start to fan out, moving away from the center of it, making basically a little cone area. Those particles hit and impact, and they mark up the surface. This is a hard surface. Sometimes you'll find it on the skin. Sometimes you'll find it on clothing, or you can find it on different surfaces like this.
And what is significant about the stippling?
The stippling just gives you an idea of the distance you're looking at, the area that's fanned out or spread out. When we were looking at this one, the distance we were coming up with was probably around 6 inches or so.
Okay, so when you say the distance was 6 inches, you're measuring the distance from what to what?
Measuring from the end of the gun barrel to the impact point on the door.
Okay, and is this what is this a picture of?
It's a photograph showing, you got the scale in this photograph, but it's a different angle. See the little impacts that we're talking about. You can see as you change and move around with the camera angle and also the light, you can see the impacts a little bit better, a little bit differently. But you can see what you're talking about is not gunpowder, but it's actually the unburned sections that are striking and damaging the surface.
Okay, and that's States Exhibit 167, and then looking at States Exhibit 168.
A different angle, but again, in this one, you can see with the way the light hits it, you can see the areas that are actually, I guess you could say, pop marked or pitted from the stippling, where the other one, where it was more of a flat on, where you had the shadowing, they're darker.
And 169.
This is just got a scale with the photograph entry point where it came through, the projectile came through the door, struck the side of the wall, and then exited out on the corner.
And then States Exhibit 170, what are we looking at in States Exhibit 170?
These are the clothes that were collected from the ER.
Okay, and whose clothes were those?
These are the victims.
And looking at I'm gonna go back to all right, going back to State's Exhibit 179, and then looking at State's Exhibit 178. What are these items?
Is the front and back of the cell phone that came from the clothing, or were collected the same from the ER.
Okay, and is it your understanding that that's whose cell phone?
That's the victim's cell phone.
So, did you take a phone into evidence?
Yes.
And I'm showing you what I've got marked State's Exhibit 186. Do you recognize this?
Yes, ma'am.
What is that?
This is cell phone from the victim ER.
Okay, did you collect that?
Yes, I did.
State tenders Exhibit 186.
No further objection to 186. Admitted.
And then, did you collect any other phones in connection with this case?
The phone that was upstairs in the hallway, yes.
Okay. And so I'm showing you what I've got marked State's Exhibit 182. You recognize that?
The cell phone in the blue case collected at the scene, yes.
Okay, and where was that phone at the scene, do you remember?
When I arrived, it was on the landing just before the steps coming down.
Okay, did you collect that and bag that?
Yes.
Judge, the state tenders exhibit, what's the number on that one?
182?
182.
No further objection to 182.
182 admitted.
Okay, so I'm going to go back to State's Exhibit 172. Now, you had told us earlier that one of the first things you did was you went to the hospital.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you make any observations about the path of the bullet through the victim's body?
At the ER, when I was looking at it, when I did the photographs, you can see that the entrance wound was to the left arm. Outside of the left arm, you had an exit wound that was through inside of the left arm and then into the chest, left chest.
And State's Exhibit 173?
That's the photograph showing the entrance wound to the arm.
Okay.
And you can see the entrance wound to the arm is right up here. And you can see this marker where the entrance wound right here is just above where the chest tube was inserted.
And then looking at that in connection with State's Exhibit 174, what are we looking at here?
You're looking at the clothing that was collected, and with these photographs, you've got the damage to the shirt here and here.
And then State's Exhibit 175.
Again, damage to the shirt is maybe a little bit disorienting when they cut it off, but you've got the entrance, exit, and then another entrance wound that the photographs are showing.
Okay, I think, I'm sorry, so this is State's Exhibit 175, and I think that's what you were talking about.
Right. You've got damage here, damage right under here where this wrinkle is, and then again right here.
And then looking at that in connection with 177, and then again, or 176, and now 177. What do you see there about the trajectory?
What you've got here is the clothing is folded back into what it would have been closely when it was actually being worn before it was cut. You have the entrance, exit, and then entrance into the chest.
Was this consistent with the wound path that you observed on Mr. Barron's body?
Yes.
And so based on the photos we saw of the trajectory going into the bedroom, and I want to go back to state 66. And then look at states 65. What is your opinion as to where Mr. Barron was standing when he was shot?
He would have to be next to the edge of the wall right here. He would be standing on this side. The shot came through the door, through the wall, and for it to enter the arm, exit the arm, and into the chest, he's going to have to be standing basically with the wall right here. He's going to have to be angled into it like this. Door's going to be over here. He's bladed away kind of in this direction.
Did you prepare a diagram depicting that?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and so if you want to take a look at State's Exhibit 181. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
Is that the diagram that you prepared?
Yes, ma'am.
And Judge of State Tenders Exhibit 181?
No further objection to 181.
Admitted.
All right, so can you explain to the jury what they're seeing in this diagram that you prepared?
This is the stairs. This is the hallway. This has got the bathroom. This is the bathroom wall, that little offset wall that we've been looking at. The shot that came through the door, through the corner of the wall, if the victim is standing here, basically he's facing, this is the back, this is his face, the front. The shot would have come through the arm and into the chest.
Okay. One 117. Now, looking here, it states Exhibit 117 and then states Exhibit 118. Do you have any opinion about after the victim's body fell, what might have happened when the door was opened?
There was blood on the bottom of the door. I mean, to me, it indicated that the victim had fallen over in this direction into the corner. The blood on the bottom of the door is from where the door was pushed in, pushing the body to the side so you could gain access to the bedroom.
Still shot. 3. And 4. Oops. Okay. Okay, so is your opinion that the door opening may have moved the position of the body slightly?
I would think it would. From the blood on the floor, the way it was moved, it looked like it was slid.
Okay. All right. So now, I want to ask you, I'm going to hand you what I've got, what labeled State's Exhibit 187. Do you recognize that?
Yes, ma'am.
What is that?
This is the Glock that was located just outside the bedroom door.
And did you recover that?
Yes, ma'am.
And are those do you recognize that by any markings that you made on the box?
Yes, got my initials on the evidence tape.
Okay, and if you could just open the box and just.
Do you want to use the window or do you actually want it opened?
I don't want the gun taken out or anything. The State Tenders Exhibit 187.
No further objection. objection on 187.
So what are we looking at there? The Glock and what else is in there?
The magazine from the Glock, and it looks like the test fires done by GBI are in the box as well.
Okay. And
187's in. Go ahead.
thank you. I'm sorry, Judge. Thank you. Did you do anything with 187?
Transported it down for testing, but turned it over to the GBI and then picked it back up.
Okay. And I'm showing you what I have marked, and what I have marked States Exhibit 188. Now, did you later receive this from the crime lab or from the medical examiner's office?
Yes, it was submitted or sent back in with the evidence from the GBI lab.
Okay. And what did you do with that when you recovered it?
It was turned into property and evidence.
Okay. And then was it ever submitted to the crime lab for any further testing?
Yes, it came from the crime lab, from the autopsy itself. It came into the sheriff's office and it had to be resubmitted for further testing. And that's when I took the projectile and firearms.
State Tenders Exhibit 188.
No further objection to 188.
Admitted.
Showing you what I've got marked States Exhibit 189. You recognize that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and what is States Exhibit 189? What is in there?
This is a shell casing, the shell casing that was collected from the septic line. It's the JAG shell casing.
And did you receive that into evidence?
Yes.
And what did you do with that?
It was taken back down to GBI for testing.
Judge, the State Tenders Exhibit 189.
No further objection to 189.
Admitted.
I'm showing you what's marked States Exhibit 190. Do you recognize this?
Yes, ma'am.
What is that?
It's the Beretta that was collected inside the bedroom.
And when you collected it, what did you do with it?
It was turned into property and evidence and submitted and then resubmitted to GBI.
Judge, the State Tenders Exhibit 190.
No further objection to 190.
Can you just display it?
Admitted.
Thank you, Judge. And then I'm going to show you what I have on my States Exhibit 191. You recognize that.
Yes, ma'am.
And what is that?
This is the spent chamber, or the spent shell casing that was inside the chamber of the Beretta. Casing that was inside the chamber of the Beretta.
And did you receive that into evidence?
Yes, I turned it in and it was taken to GBI. And I took it back later to be resubmitted.
Okay. State Tenders Exhibit 191.
No further objection to 191.
Admitted.
I'm going to hand you what's marked States Exhibit 192. Do you recognize that?
Yes, ma'am.
What is that?
This is the spent shell casing from the septic line. This is the Hornady spent shell casing.
And did you receive that into evidence?
Yes, I turned it into evidence and eventually took it to GBI and received it back.
Okay, now regarding state's exhibits, 187 through 192, that being the Glock, the projectile recovered from the medical examiner, the shell casing, the spent shell casing from the Glock, the Beretta, and the spent shell casing found in the Beretta chamber, as well as the Beretta shell casing found in the septic line. Did you submit those to the GBI more than one time?
Yes.
And what is the reason for that?
My understanding is that they outsourced their testing. The company that they used does not appear in court. So the evidence was returned like it normally would be from GBI after it was submitted for testing. Because the other company or the outsourced agency had done it, we had to take it back down, resubmit it for the GBI people to analyze themselves.
Okay. And Judge, I believe I forgot to tender State's Exhibit 192.
No further objection to 192.
What was 192?
It's the Beretta shell casing that was found in the septic line, Judge.
Admitted.
Okay, so let's see what we have here. Okay. I'm going to hand you State's Exhibit 193 and 194 at the same time. First, I'm going to ask you about State's Exhibit 193. Do you recognize that?
Yes, ma'am.
And what is that?
This is the live round that was found in the septic line in the upstairs, just below the bathroom.
Did you take that into evidence?
Yes.
Judge, the state tenders Exhibit 193.
No further objection to 193.
Admitted.
And then looking at State's Exhibit 194, what is that?
This is the 9mm live round that was found in the septic line, the Hornady round.
Okay. And did you take that into evidence?
Yes, I did.
State tenders Exhibit 194.
No further objection to 194.
Admitted.
And then looking at State's Exhibit 195, do you recognize that?
Yes, ma'am.
What is that?
This is the claw hammer that was located upstairs.
And did you receive that into evidence?
Yes.
Judge, the state tenders Exhibit 195.
No further objection to 195.
Admitted.
Can you open that up and just display it? Thank you. So next, we're going to need to get out State's Exhibit 198, which is the actual door. So first, let me ask you, do you recognize what I've got over there?
Yes, ma'am.
And it's labeled State's Exhibit 198. What is that?
That is the door from the bedroom,
And
in the upstairs bedroom.
did you remove it from the bedroom?
Yes, I did.
State tenders Exhibit 198.
No objection to 198.
Judge, can we display or
So 198 is in, and just for timing purposes, it's 5:09. We're going to conclude hard stop at 5:30. So we got about 20 more minutes. I don't anticipate this witness concluding at that point. So we'll pick up with him tomorrow at 9. Go ahead.
thank you, Judge. So is it okay if we?
Yes.
Can you step down and can we have some help?
These are small or mediums.
Where do you want this one?
Judge, do you have an opinion?
I have no opinion. I'll leave it to you.
Let us put it so that we can also hear the microphone. And maybe kind of right here at an angle where they can all see it.
Which side? This way.
So they can see.
The outside. Okay, yes.
Okay. Hey, y'all. Maybe kind of right here in the middle where they can all see it.
There we go. Lock like this.
So if we do that.
One position.
You want to loop it around?
Yeah, just tie it.
Sure, you want me to just hold it during this?
I'll just tie it off.
How long? You, because you got looped around already. I'll hold it up. What do you mean? Do it angled more? Okay.
Which way are we going?
Just angle a little more. No, that's too much, I think. He can't see.
I think that's good.
Sure, don't want you to hold it.
It'd probably be a decent idea for you to just stand there and hold it too, just to make sure of it.
I will. Let's just carry on. I'll hold it. Hold it.
I just don't want it falling.
That's great. Thank you so much. Hey, y'all ready?
Yes.
Sergeant John, could you please show the jury, first point out the stippling pattern on the door?
You can see part of the stippling right in here. The little dots. Some of it are going to be the white where the paint's peeled up. If you look different angles, you can see where it's darker, but you can see the stippling right in here, this area.
And based on your training and experience, do you have an opinion about the position of the defendant when she fired the gun into the door?
She would have been in front of the door firing in this direction from the trajectory rods and what we've been looking at.
Okay, and
trajectory rods from what we've been looking at. I'm sorry.
Do you need us to repeat any of that? Yeah. Thank you. And I'm going to ask Ms. Gomez to step forward. And could you indicate the position of the defendant where the gun was fired, at the time the gun was fired?
Been right about here or in front of the door, a little bit of an angle coming this way. If the put the rod in just to, what about the trajectory rod that we have?
Yeah.
The door starting to pull apart. But for the door to be together, you're looking at an angle something like this.
Come closer.
Yeah. And the angle is going to be this way with just a slightly upward trajectory with it. And we have the rod marked at a 6-inch distance of about this.
Everyone see that? And just for the record, Judge, Ms. Gomez is 5 foot 5 inches tall. All right, thank you. And that's all the questions I have, Judge.
I assume you're going to be longer than 15 minutes.
I'm afraid so.
Well, nothing to be afraid of. All right, we'll call it right now. And there's no swearing ins tomorrow, so I'll be here at 9. 8:45, start at 9. Thank you. And I apologize. To be clear, you're going to go home. You're going to have information. Your friends and relatives are going to be super, no offense, nosy. You are not to discuss this case with anyone. You're not to perform any research. Thank you. Have a good night. Lawyers, please remain for a few moments. I asked the parties to double check our exhibits. I don't believe anything's been excluded. So if anything's been left aside unintentionally, I need to know about it. But if the lawyers would coordinate on that, if you want to coordinate with the court reporter, that'd be fantastic. Anything else from the state?
No, Your Honor.
And then the door, I don't care either way. You can leave it like that. If you think it's safe, you can put it down.
We'll put it down. There's the firearms. Our office has to take back in more possession for the deputies.
That's fine.
Sheriff's office, and we will.
Mr. Willis, I apologize. Mr. Willis, are you going to be using the door tomorrow?
Absolutely.
Okay, so, yeah, sorry, go ahead.
Just to say, the only thing we're going to be taking from the courtroom are the 2 firearms that have been admitted into evidence to keep in our office, and we will bring them back into the courtroom tomorrow morning for the sheriff's office.
And y'all coordinate with the court reporter and the sheriff's department as far as all the evidence and anything else we need to discuss.
Not from us.
Nothing from the defense, anything from the state?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. See you tomorrow morning. Thank you. Good progress. Thank you.
With the 2 guns. All right, and I put the guns on the cart, and we can just bring the cart down. No, we're gonna leave the door. Well, it won't stay, will it?
You know.
We can just lean it back up right there.
We just roll back.
You want it in the bag or what do you want? I want to necessarily put it back in the bag and you can choose it.
So that's whatever you can do.
Just set it down.
Not tell you, one of the trajectory rod's still in there, so you might not want to break it. And then if you want to lay it right on the jury wood right there, that's perfectly fine with me.
Yeah, we're going to be having questions all day.
Just lay it down flat.
Court is adjourned. Catch us again tomorrow morning for all the live trial action, right here on at Southern Sin and at Truth Talks.
True crime just got darker. Catch the full episode on the link above. Subscribe to at Southern Sin today and hit the notification bell for more live original episodes Wednesdays at 8 p.m.